استراحة الآن.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh, what's going on here? Why am I looking so weird and I'm in the wrong direction? Well, let's get some music on first, and then let's sort out what's going on with me. There we go. Perfect. Now I'm in the right orientation. Hello, everyone. How are we going? How are you doing? Thank you, Protodroid, for 16 months. Diesel Husky, good to see you too. Turn this down just a bit, and we'll get the dice rolls out of the way. So we can get this match started. All right, on the Caucasus region, 3, 2, 1, shoot. Okay, map number 6, and 1 is heads, 2 is tails. ETF picks heads, 3, 2, 1, ETF pick starting side. So let's switch the map and get ready for the match. Alright, gotta remember that I'm on server 2. And we are looking for Tbilisi versus Sakumi number 3. Perfect. Oh wow, Seribot intercepted someone. How you guys going? Welcome in. Okay, shoot. Both teams have agreed on no ECM as well, so this one should be interesting. And I think this one has a bit of weather as well. Not too much, but a bit. Alright, let's get you guys something to look at here. There we go. Welcome in to the battlefield. Let's see if we can clean up that 69th Only Flies logo a little bit. There we go, that looks better. And ETF has picked the blue side. So let's go down to runway level and have a look at what the weather is looking like. On the starting side, that ETF has chosen, and of course, ETF is going to be here in their signature aircraft, the JF-17 Thunder. You'll recognize their names by now. Electroball, Lasky, Aspen, Riker, Breeze. And who's the last one? Might be Dizzy, but we'll see. Meanwhile, for the 69th, we have Kaori, the first in. Hello, Luigi. How are you? Welcome in. Alright, looks like it's 3 F-16s and 2 Hornets so far. And there we have it, Dizzy, the last member of ETF. So we've got all the ladies and gentlemen of ETF present. And 69th are here as well. So it's the West. It's the Chinese flying the Western aircraft against the West flying the Chinese aircraft. Interesting juxtaposition. So we have Connor, ICU, VT, Pornhud, Nacho, and Kaori. Looks like today's going to have some great liveries going on as well. We already know that the ETF are some of the best dressed in the flight simulation sphere. The world is upside down this match, I know. Okay, Breeze, Lasky, and Electro Ball leading the way. Aspen and Dizzy at the back. Hello, Mika. Welcome in. How are you? I hope you're all having a lovely weekend. And look at this. So 2 F-16s, an F-15E, an F-16C, an F-18, and an F-18. So, we're getting an F-15E in this match, and what the hell? Ladies and gentlemen, we may be discovering a new meta here. Wow. This is a new one. There's a poll up on your screen now. I want to know who you think might be in with a chance for this match. Those Jeff pilots are good, they sure are. Alright, so ICU, Connor, and Pornhud in F-16s at the back. I know, Proto-Droid, what is this? The intention is obvious. Obviously, they want this to be their long-range, high-altitude shooter. Okay, Spaceman. Don't you worry, I know you're here. You don't see a poll? It should be at the top of the chat box, but I think only desktop users can see it. But I wonder, is the single pylon strat worth it? Does it make a big difference in terms of drag? I've never seen anything like it. And if that's the case, could we be seeing the new F-15E meta developing right now? Go goes with your boys and girls, ETF all the way. Give me all your loving, all your hugs and kisses too. Alright. Riker's here. For me personally, it's tricky to say. I love ETF, they're one of my favourite teams. I have cast so many of their matches, and I've loved all of them. That being said, the 69th Only Flyers has been really cutting edge. I know with the name and you know, sometimes the Chinese teams can be a bit funny, but underneath that kind of jokey exterior, there is a group of people who are very consciously trying to play DCS as meta as possible. And they're facing off here against more traditional plane experts, I would say, where the meta is observed, but also it is framed within reference of a plane that many people would not consider to be meta, though ETF would gladly tell you otherwise. And look, VT's right at the front of the formation as well, looking intimidating in front of his gang. Thank you for the follow, Senpai Chris, and I saw that earlier on in the stream, Flying Powie gave me a follow as well, and thank you very much. Alright. You're exactly right, Luigi. I agree with you completely. Oh, look, I can't claim to even have the slightest idea of what I'm doing in DCS these days, considering, the stream I did yesterday was some of the most thorough demolishing that I've gotten in just about any time I've spent flying recently. Thank you, Flying Powie. Sorry I didn't say that at the start, but I appreciate it. And I think ETF will report ready very shortly. This is a best-of-5 knockout. So whoever wins 3 matches goes forward. Whoever doesn't is out. This is the one for all the beans. Both teams ready. Okay, both. Get set. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. Hope to see Flying Piston Engine planes someday. I, not this week, but last week was using the F4U Corsair to defend against helicopters in contention. So VT leads the way in the lopsided jet. 69th is running 1 F-15E, 2 F-16s, and an F-18. Wait. 3 F-16s, so... Correction. 1 F-15E, 3 F-16s, 2 F-18s. Meanwhile, ETF are in 6 Jeffs. We see Riker, Breeze, and Lasky spread out, with Dizzy and Aspen still to go. The Corsair's been wonderful to fly. Don't worry, I will be flying it again. Aspen and Dizzy taking their time to get started here. All right. There goes Dizzy. And Aspen, last but not least. They seem deadly in the right hands. Yeah, it's an interesting airframe. Very capable. Okay, VT is going far north. Pornhub, ICU, and Connor separating out Nacho and Kaori up in the sky as well. The initial formation starting to take shape. Let's see how the F-15E is going. Okay, it's jettisoned its left-hand tank, so now it's only a little bit lopsided. We'll have to call this one the Streak Eagle. Oh no, ICU disconnected. Unfortunately, he was already wheels up. Shoot. Unfortunately, 69th loses ICU due to connection. He kept the most draggy tank. I think you'll get rid of it before even considering committing to any kind of attack. Looks like ETF are the firm favourites going in. Obviously, they have the unintentional advantage of 69th losing a pilot here, which is a shame. ETF have entered the circle now. Breeze and Lasky making it in. Riker and Electro Bull not far behind. 41,000 feet as well. Very awkward loadout, nevertheless. You're not wrong. Especially on a non-fly-by-wire aircraft. I wonder if it's causing any problems with trim, but who knows? Unstable loadouts are very interesting. Of course, the JF-17, one of the worst traits for the JF-17, I think, in my opinion, is this double rack SD-10 launcher. It's massive, it's bulky. You get a massive drag reduction by taking one SD-10 instead of two, but of course you're going to take two. And then on top of all of it, you can't jettison much of it. Okay, the battle area is contested, but they've already given up quite a lot of space to ETF, who are separating out quite comfortably. A reminder that there is no data link except for fighter-to-fighter data link in these matches. The teams are operating with the GCI. However, last week when ETF managed to win against the 51st PVO, they managed to do that without any GCI. They just raw dogged it with pure radar, which I can barely believe. So they used fighter-to-fighter data link and managed to win against the PVO, which is an incredible effort. But yes, the 69th are all really good individual pilots. Like, they fly and they play really hard. And look at this. VTs were going for a shot. 46,000 feet. 47,000 feet. 49,000 feet. 50,000 feet. Traveling now at 836 knots, Riker at 579, but Colt VT does not fire. Riker, Breeze, Lasky, and Electro Bull see what's going on with VT up in the north, and they begin maneuvering south, looking to catch Kaori and Connor in the F-16s here. Dizzy and Aspen maintaining their positions in the defensive formation. Look at this organization as well. This is what I mean. ETF are really, really, really organized. With all 4 of its missiles? Yes. Poor old Dizzy, though, occasionally getting caught at the very, very end of 2 matches, managing to catch a missile right at the very end and missing out on landing with her team. Okay, first launch of the match, and it is from ETF. Heading up in the sky. Looks like this one's for VT. Probably quite a low probability of kill missile, but launched with very much the intention of making sure VT doesn't get into position too effectively. That's one of the things that ETF are especially good at. They won't always fire missiles to kill, but they'll fire missiles just to shepherd people away from and into the positions they want them to be. That being said, they've given up a lot of altitude here at the moment. All of them are at 20,000 feet or below, Aspen and Lasky at 22. And not much to show for it just yet. Nacho pushing in now, dropping through the clouds. Breeze and Nacho, 23 nautical miles away from each other. Lasky fires a shot at Connor. And Kaori at the back. 30,000 feet, dropping back down now. Breeze goes defensive against Nacho. Riker is here to overtake. This SD-10 has pushed VT and Pornhud quite far north. Lasky's following his missile in, as Breeze turns around to take a shot at what may be Nacho or alternatively VT. Might be going for VT. It looks like they're very enthusiastic just to shepherd the F-15s away. They've seen how effective having an F-15 above themselves or above other people can be. Looks like there's a lot of shooting happening here for the specific intention of just keeping that plane away. Is this missile coming in towards Kaori? It doesn't look like it's tracking anyone. VT hasn't actually shot yet. Is this missile tracking? It doesn't look like it. It's at 56,000 feet. Actually, is it or is it not? There's a tiny chance it might catch him here. It's not a big chance, but there's a chance. Oh, very unlucky there. A close one, but not close enough. Chinese are very missile conscious, yes, exactly, and being a pilot down as well, it's only going to make things harder. But you see, they push VT down to 30,000 feet, he's already going straight back up to 40,000. Or they. I don't know what their pronouns are. Looks like Dizzy's got high enough for a shot here, 35,000 feet and getting up to some speed. That one's off the rails. And it looks like this is yet another shot to shoo away the F-15. Alright, it's heading in. Might be towards VT or Pornhud here. Look at this, VT, every time VT is turning hot back against the main group, there is another SD-10 coming in for him. Nacho is crawling down here at 2,000 feet, just about deck level. Still with the centerline tank, so not in any rush here. Riker and Breeze are only 18 nautical miles away. Question is, will they know that Nacho is here? Hopefully they have their GCI today. VT, once again, pushed away. Has been in Afterburner for a long time now. I know he's up at 30,000 feet, but that fuel doesn't last forever. Nacho and Riker now 14 nautical miles away from each other. Question is, who knows who's where? Breeze will definitely have him on scope, 12 nautical miles here, unless he's got his radar at the wrong range. Kaori here at 20,000 feet, within 30 nautical miles of Aspen and 20 nautical miles of Electro Bull. Not close enough to make a shot. Look at this. Look at how... Oh, man. I'm just totally geeking out about how good these teams are and how diligently they're avoiding making mistakes here. The only problem is I can foresee happening here is that ETF have spent a lot of missiles effectively keeping the F-15 away, but not killing it. And the F-15E isn't firing. Meanwhile, Aspen and Kaori, a 17 nautical mile SD-10 shot. Got quite a bit of pace to it. Kaori dips into the clouds here. Is totally cold against it. An AIM-120 finally fired from the 69th only flies. This one going for Aspen, but already slowing down to below 1,000 knots. The one following Kaori, down to 700 knots. No more effect. This SD-10, whoa, it's at 120,000 feet, 130,000 feet, 132,000 feet. Oh boy, that one's going for the International Space Station. Chaff, flare, ISS. Alright. 140,000 feet now. And climbing. A 14 nautical mile shot from Riker here towards Pornhud. Pornhud is deep in the clouds. Going defensive against that shot. Looks like the SD-10 wasn't for Pornhud, though. Looks like this one is going up towards the F-15 again. Kaori pushes in as well here. Neither side to be convinced of taking a shot. However, VT fires their first missile. Looks like this one's going down towards the south. Electro Ball, the only target they could really expect much from there. This SD-10, once again forcing the F-15 away, but not quite having the speed to catch up. It is trying its darndest, though. No luck. Can Electro Ball defeat this ballistic AIM-120? It's coming down. Electro Ball needs to make something happen here. Needs to turn away from the missile now. At the last second. Unbelievable. Oh my goodness. Oh my shit. Oh god. Okay. Right. Compose yourself, Airshow. We're good. Dizzy Breeze pushing now. What a shot. Okay, Breeze has dipped up for long enough to shoot. What the hell was that? I know. That was weird. Lots of shots happening at around the 15,000 foot mark, which is interesting. It's a lot lower than I expected ETF to be shooting. That being said, Electro Bull has popped up here to shoot. Seeker Shaker. This one might have caught an Only Flies pilot just a little too high. Do you guys use DLSS in DCS? Nacho and Lasky fire at each other. 10 nautical miles. No, more like 9. Lasky's taking longer to turn around, though. Both planes turn totally cold now. Lasky, I think, is going to get away from it, though. Nice clip, Diesel Husky. Pornhub getting chased away by an SD-10. Look at how fast they're going as well. So fast. Nacho and Electro Bull, 14 nautical miles away from each other. Aspen picks up for a shot here. Looks like this is yet another one of the shots that's going up towards the F-15. The strategy of boxing out the F-15E is working quite well for ETF so far, but it has managed to launch yet another missile, meaning the F-15 is down to 2 AMRAAMs left. So they're going to want to get value out of these shots because they are relying on it to be a lot of their punching power here at the moment. They're not really in the mountainous regions up in the north, which give the opportunity to hide from enemy AWACS. Instead, choosing to focus on the more flatter plain areas. Alright. Looks like this one's chasing Riker here. And it looks like it's to no effect. Riker's going to get away from it. Good moves. Nicely defeated. Breeze is pushing up here now. Staying in mill power. One of the things, if you guys ever do decide to pick up the JF-17, you'll realize is that you run out of fuel really quick. Which is, because you're treating it like other jets that let you use afterburner as much as you want and not be too conscious about the altitudes that you're operating at. But you do have to keep in mind the engine limits of the JF-17 a little bit. It can go really fast in mill power, and you don't need afterburner that much. And if you are afterburning, do it at high altitude. And then the fuel lasts ages. It's like a hybrid, you know. If you stomp on the gas too much, then it will not use the battery, so you'll use too much fuel, you know. I don't know if that's a good extended metaphor. Great shapes, yes, he's pulling the best shapes. But Breeze is not going to have to pull too many shapes to get away from this shot. It's quite low probability of kill. The weather not doing them any favours here at the moment. Oh my goodness, Wishy VT, thank you very much for the raid. There is a stream delay, so apologies for the 30-second delay. Fly into a mountain? Well, that's the thing, it's not me flying today. You've caught me in the middle of a competitive DCS match. This is DCS Esports, and it's the semi-finals of a competition called SATAC, where Eclipse Task Force is facing off against the 69th Only Flies in a 6v6 King of the Hill style, one life only match. I saw that you were playing Counter-Strike with friends. I hope that was a good time. Thank you for sharing your community with mine. If you're not familiar with me and who I am, my name's Airshow. I'm the Airplane VTuber. If you want to see what I look like, here's a quick glimpse. Hello. Look, can you believe it's a live 2D model? It's true. All right. But let's focus on the competition. All right. Pornhud is pushing in now, and Kaori as well. 10 nautical miles away from Electro Ball, who's quite far forward here. Electro Ball still with 3 AMRAMs to go. VT once again getting chased away by SD10s. Connor at 14,000 feet, not much of a factor, but Kaori has managed to get quite close here. 5 nautical miles for this missile to cross, but it's going for Dizzy, and she is at the correct altitude to get away from this one. Not even worrying about afterburning here at the moment. That missile has already been defeated and impacts the ground. All right, Wishy, thank you for bringing your people over. It's a pleasure to have you. Another missile going up towards VT at 43,000 feet. Only 1 AMRAM left on board for VT, and no kills to show for it so far. An AIM-120's been shot by Connor. Looks like it's heading towards Breeze. 10 nautical miles. AIM-120's and SD-10's being fired towards each other. Electro Ball here might be in trouble. Electro Ball gets impacted by the AIM-120 fired by Nacho. Unluckily not managing to notch that one. Lasky with one to contend with here too, but is already within the notch. Ooh, but it reacquires. Oh! Unlucky. Lasky goes down there too. Very, very unlucky that that missile reacquired. Kaori managing to make quick work of it. The F-18's coming in clutch for the 69th Only Flyers. ETF firing SD-10s. ETF has girl pilots? Yes, Dizzy. Dizzy is a lady. And for once in my life, I remembered that without having to be reminded by chat. I finally got it wrong so many times that I remembered it. And speaking of Dizzy, she's got an AIM-120 to defend against. Looks like she's notched it cleanly. Yeah, not even close. Oof. All right. Riker pushing in here at absolutely razor low altitude. Only heat seekers left. Not far away from Kaori, only 4 nautical miles. Those PL5s, though, tricky to use. AIM-120's being fired here. Looks like it's going down towards Breeze, who's flying towards it. Breeze going to have to defeat this one. Has an AMRAM left, so wouldn't want to die with that missile on board. Manages to beat the missile. Riker, with Pornhud right behind him, has a missile coming in right on his 6. It finds him. AIM-9's being fired at close range. So, despite the fact that they lost one due to a disconnection, no losses for the 69th Only Flies so far. As the noose begins to close, Kaori and Aspen within visual range of each other. A missile fired at from Kaori towards Aspen. Doesn't look like it tracked, though. Went over the top. Looks like it's going for Dizzy. Dizzy might be in trouble here. This one's going straight for her. Tries to pull it into the notch. Doesn't. Not lucky enough. Aspen fires a PL5 at Pornhud. Manages to hit. The Heatseeker connects. The first kill for ETF as Aspen takes down Kaori. Pornhud, rather. Aspen here now with 1 Heatseeker left in a dream. Connor. 2 AMRAMs, 2 Sidewinders. VT down to AIM-7s, 1 left. Aspen now with the noose tightening. The AIM-7 comes on in. This is an active radar homing missile. It gets guidance from the radar the entire way down, but he does manage to notch it. Aspen's not giving up, even in spite of impossible odds. The bravery of ETF pilots as VT merges with Aspen, but with no missiles left. He's down to the gun. Nacho comes in, is behind Aspen, has him just in front of him. Fires name 9. Impact. Do ETF not have a GCI again, AlphaGator? Alright, let's check. All of the JF-17s down. 69th RTB. Well, that was a very, very interesting match. A very long match as well. The fights almost never last that long. So to see them kind of test the waters with each other like that is just, you know, it's like two chess masters that are just waiting for the other person to make a mistake. You don't think so, AlphaGator? I wonder why they don't just grab someone, you know, random. Surely having any GCI... In fact, no. I know that ETF puts a huge amount of emphasis on communication, so I think if they had a GCI that they weren't familiar with, it would probably be worse for them. Alright, let's have a look at the TAC view. Now, will they make it on fuel? I tend not to get stressed about fuel to return to base when there's 4 of them left. There are 4 left, but, oh. In fact, sorry, I'm just going to drag you back to DCS for a second. VT here is flying on one engine. Not only flying on one engine, but is also currently disconnecting from the game. Looks like VT had almost no fuel left. So it is Nacho, Kaori, and Connor to make it back. Kaori here is flying at the edge of mill power. Nacho, not afterburning. Connor, not afterburning. We'll keep an eye on the situation. Okay. Let's check out what happened. So it was Electro Ball, the first one, I think, to go down. Yes, so Electro Ball here. Both Electro Ball and Nacho shoot at each other at 6 nautical miles. Nacho fired slightly earlier, but it was almost at the same moment. The missiles crisscross in the air. And Electro Ball does not, unfortunately, manage to get that one into the notch. Would have needed to turn a few more degrees to the right, I think. So very unlucky. And of course, SD-10's doing what SD-10's do, which is disappoint you when you need them most, as this one slams into the ground. Though, to be fair, Nacho does pull it almost instantly into a perfect notch. So, certainly, a good kill there. At the same time, Kaori, 8 nautical miles, 7 nautical miles. Okay, so it's an 8 nautical mile shot towards Lasky. Lasky goes defensive. In exactly the same way as Electro Ball, just needed to turn just a few degrees to the left. But unfortunately here, look at this from the missile's perspective. The missile actually loses him here in the notch, and then the Seeker goes haywire, but manages to reacquire him at the last moment, which is terribly unlucky. I don't think you'd be able to rely on that kind of luck every day. Breeze was the next one to go down here. Getting splashed by Connor at a 8 nautical mile shot. Also unlucky that this one didn't get notched here. Riker here getting into deadly close range with Pornhud taking him down. For a match to start off with such careful BVR, it did end up with a bit of a brawl at the end. Dizzy here getting caught out with a missile fired from Kaori. The F-18's definitely doing the heavy lifting for the 69th only flies in this one. So that's it for all the doubters of the F-18. Aspen managing to splash Pornhub with a PL5E-2. And then VT's AIM-7 misses. He merges with VT, but Nacho seals the deal with an AIM-9. Impact. Okay, Nacho is the closest to home. For those of you not familiar with the competition format, the win only counts if at least one pilot can make it back to base and make it down for a safe landing, which encourages pilots not to burn every single last drop of fuel that they have and treat their planes as disposable. You expected 69th to be weapons hold until the last second. That's exactly what they did when we fought them on the group rounds. Just a heads up, guys. There's going to be an ad break in 2 minutes. Unfortunately, I can only delay the ads by 5 minutes, a set number of times. Throughout a period, and I've run out of extensions to skip the ad breaks, so I'm going to be forced to have an ad break in 2 minutes. I'm sorry if it does hit you. But it is the only way to run ads, the fewest amount of ads possible on Twitch, whilst giving you guys the least interrupted viewing experience. They're really good at pre-defending, absolutely. That being said, I was very impressed with ETF's ability to use the SD-10 launchers to push away the F-15 constantly. It felt like that did give them the space that they needed, but they lacked the aggression to make advantage of whatever gap they were making by pushing away the F-15. Because I think they knew that there wasn't going to be, it wasn't necessarily going to be the case where it would be killing the F-15, but rather forcing it to go away. Or maybe they did expect to take the F-15 out. We will ask them into the interviews. Going well, Baron von Beige. I was just saying earlier, you might get hit with ads in a second, so sorry if that happens. All right, and that secures the round for the 69th. Next in line, Connor. All right. Connor makes it back, and Kaori's the last one. Engines still running, but he's not going fast. I reckon he's on his last drips of fuel. All right, 140 knots. All right, and that's Kaori down and safe. All right, guys. Well, now's the perfect time to stand up, stretch your legs, get yourself a drink as we prepare for the next round. In the meantime, we'll run a quick Be Right Back. And when we get back, we'll hear a quick word from our friends over at Master Arm Servers. Thank you very much. We'll be back soon, guys. Oh, let's hear from Master Arm just before we get back into it, guys, alright? Let's see. Alright. From Master Arm servers, guys.
Running a dedicated DCS server can be complex, time-consuming, and expensive. And after all that effort, you still might not get the smooth, seamless experience you're looking for. That's why virtual pilots and virtual squadrons choose Master Arm as a ready for immediate use solution and for peak efficiency. With low latency, high stability, and uncompromising performance, Master Arm ensures that every maneuver, every decision, and every shot counts. Stay mission ready. Fly with confidence. Master Arm has your six. Get your server at www.masterarm.de.
Okay, guys, welcome back. Now let's get ready for the next round. As we see, the teams have switched sides. ICU looks like they're wanting to just test their connection for a second here. Let's get the music back on. I think ICU just wants to take off very quickly here just to check that their connection's okay. Meanwhile, over on the red side, we have ETF, Riker and Breeze at the front, Dizzy, Electro Bull, and Lasky not far behind. Okay. Hopefully ICU is happy. I wonder if in the F11 view the Pappy lights work. Oh, they do. That's so cool. For those of you who aren't aviation pilled, this is a system called the Pappy lights. You'll see them on the end of runways, even if you go to a civilian airport. And what it is it is a set of, what is it called? Is it a Fresnel lens? What's the kind of lens that only you can see through from certain angles? I think that's a Fresnel lens. Either way, there are a series of those kinds of lenses that show you whether or not you're on the correct glide slope for landing an aircraft, which I think is about 3.75 degrees. And when you see 2 white and 2 red, that means that you are where you are supposed to be. But if you see 4 red, you're too low, 3 red, too low, 2 white, 2 red, right on the money, and you're too high if you see too much white. Which is interesting. All right, Aspen, the last one to move in for ETF. Though on some airfields, like this one, Does the other end have them? Let's see. Yeah. Takumi does not have PAPI lights. So it's something that usually only is on civilian airfields. There are also some other interesting things that can be found if you have a look that they actually do serve a purpose. Like, let's see if we can find a TACAN. They can be a little bit tricky to find sometimes, though. It's just a little tiny thing on the ground. Yeah, here it is. This here is a TACAN, which is a small piece of direction-finding equipment that gives pilots the ability to show a bearing and distance away from something. And that's how they navigate themselves in inclement weather, or at least one of the ways. The civilian version of what we call TACAN would be VOR, I guess, would be one way of putting it. Alright. Looks like Nacho's bringing an F-15E as well. Not as unconventionally laid out as VT's, who is, once again, pulling out the super ugly... Let's chuck up a poll on the screen so that you guys get a chance to voice your opinions. Poll should be on your screen now. What do you guys think? What worked and what didn't work in the first round? What would you do differently if you were ETF? I think it's the same thing that it so often comes down to, which is aggression. Whichever team appears to be the more aggressive almost always seems to win. I think ETF was justified in being quite defensive initially, though it was a shame to see them be in such beautiful formation at the start and be pushed down from high altitude by the threat of the F-15 so early on, because it felt they fell below 20,000 feet and they just never made it above it again. If I were to make a strategic decision, and trust me when I say, I am not qualified to make any kind of strategic decision, and these people are much better at the game than I am, I think I would try and bias the fight up towards the north. So that if you do get into the situation where the F-15 is uncontrolled, you can defend against shots in amongst the terrain. But that's just my opinion. If you think differently, I think you should let me know, because I like a little bit of dialogue. I want some banter, boys. I want some banter. Alright. Are you waiting on anyone? 2 more planes to go. One of which is Nacho in the triple bag F-15. Oh, my frame rate is falling over. Alright, just sending a few messages in the background. Looks like ETF has a need for a restart as well. Hello, Luigi. How are you? 2 F-15s should be able to kick the crap out of the Jeffs. I wouldn't be so sure, but they are definitely going to make things difficult. Okay. Who else was surprised by round 1? And I'm not talking about 69 winning, but the way it evolved. Yeah, I know I'm absolutely in the same ballpark as you, Luigi. I was very surprised. I was surprised at how long it lasted. Usually, once you get within shooting range, things start, things develop pretty quickly, but that was one of the longest, in air quotes, shooting phases I've seen DCS matches, has seen a DCS match have. I didn't know how it was going to play out. I thought their ETF's defense against the F-15 was great, but they, it's not that they didn't get the chance to capitalize on it. It's just that boxing the F-15 out felt like it was one part of a wider strategy that wasn't being fully applied. Also, BL59 and Bluefin234, thank you for the follows. I hope you're having a good day. I hope you're enjoying the competition so far. Alright. Up the ETF, come on! Up the boys. Sorry to keep you guys waiting, but of course, when you're having a competition that is centered around the infrastructure of Eagle Dynamics' digital combat simulator, it does potentially result in a couple of technical problems, we'll say that. Nick Gray and his team always hard at work, providing us with new and interesting challenges to overcome. I may have to run a quick ad break after the takeoff just to push back the pre-roll time a little bit. What have we got going on with Kaori and the gang? Hello, To Be Reckless. How you going? Welcome in. And it looks like ETF are the favourites for round 2. Looks like the 69th Only Flyers is having a little bit of trouble sorting out some connection issues with LOT ATC. LOT ATC is the piece of software that allows the pilots to interact with the radars of the airborne warning and control aircraft, in this case the A-50. Okay, it looks like we're getting Aspen back, which is good. Hopefully we can get things moving shortly. Yeah, pardon me. Okay, the 69th is ready. Thank you for your patience, guys. Hopefully Aspen's issue was able to be fixed as well. Chinese players often have to use VPNs and other pieces of equipment to be able to connect Western servers. So it is understandable that sometimes we do have to just be a little bit patient as they sort out some of their technical problems. Which, we're happy to do, so long as everyone remains in good spirits and happy. Both teams ready. Get set. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go, go, go. Another important thing to remember as well is that a lot of the Chinese players often work weekends. And not only that, but the time difference means that... Let me check the time. If I had to estimate, it's probably about 11 p.m. for them at the moment, if not later. Maybe midnight. So, well, they do have to make quite a few sacrifices to be able to make competitions like this. Okay, Aspen and Dizzy will wait their designated time before takeoff. Nacho off the runway. VT not yet taking off, though. In fact, everyone taking off except for VT, who's being left behind. Nacho wasting no time here. Afterburners on all the way. Okay. That leaves Aspen and Dizzy, the last two to go, as VT has made it off the runway. And the last member of ETF takes off. Alright, I'm just going to have a go at running a 1-minute ad break to see if it will make it so that the ads don't trigger at any time during the fight. This will be a bit of an experiment, guys, so I apologize if this goes a bit pear-shaped. Okay. So, where's VT going? VT's at 30,000 feet. Nacho is at 38. Welcome back, everyone, from your advertisements for the Air National Guard, or whatever you've got. We are seeing the same pattern as usual coming from ETF. No particular bias going up towards the north or south. Let's see how accessible these mountains are. Okay, so the low cloud cover does make fighting in amongst these valleys a little bit unviable. Though there is a cloud layer underneath that you can get into. You just have to know when you can enter and exit the cloud level. Looks like ICU and Connor are going far south. ICU this time managing to stay stably connected so far. Hopefully we can have him for the duration. ICU is going to be the first to enter the circle for the 69th. Breeze leading the way for ETF. "40,000 feet so far. Nacho and VT are going far into the north. Battle area is contested. We have a fight. Only ICU in the zone at the moment for the 69th. Still over 100 nautical miles of distance to cover before they're merged, so we're still just in the positioning phase of things. I want to see some predictions. What do you think? Who's going to win this match and how many pilots are they going to have left? My prediction is ETF with 2 pilots left. I think if I had to guess, that would be the winners of this round, but anything can happen. Nacho's entered the zone now. Nacho's not going to be as fast as VT. In fact, this is an interesting comparison. So, Nacho is afterburning at 41,000 feet and has 2 bags and is traveling at 819 knots. VT's actually slower at the moment with the 1 centerline tank. Afterburning as well and at 41,000 feet. VT is going at 810 knots. Nacho is topping out at 830. So that centerline tank, it does slow you down. Looks like Nacho's maxing out his speed at about 340. VT's getting up to 320 now, so maybe he'll catch up. 845 for Nacho. But even the slightest touch on the control stick is enough to bleed all that speed off. Looks like Nacho is going to climb up here for either a shot or is baiting out a shot. No missile comes off just yet. 50,000 feet now. No missile comes out. Electro Bull and Lasky maintain their composure. But the aggressive actions of this F-15 mean that they are, by necessity, they must defend in one way or another, even though Nacho's fired nothing at all. It's like Breeze and Riker are comfortable going along. Hello, Canto 20. Welcome in. Just be aware there's a little bit of a stream delay, so intentionally, so apologies if I don't say hello to you straight away. Ooh, my voice. VT at 44,000 feet is going at 955 knots. But the 69th is being conservative with their missiles. The question is are they being so conservative that they're missing out on opportunities to kill people here? VT ran out of fuel at the end of the last match, so being an afterburner is something you do have to be a little bit conscious of. Climbing up to 45,000 feet now. $46,000 feet. You see JF-17s? The team that's playing at the moment, Eclipse Task Force, is a JF-17 specialist team. So they're all flying JF-17s, and they're brilliant with them as well. VT's pushing here. I wonder if he even knows that he has Electro Ball off his nose. Probably. That must be who he's looking for. Electro Ball in a bit of trouble here, but Aspen fires off an SD-10 to get VT to go away. A 40 nautical mile shot. Fired at 30,000 feet. VT is going to cross that distance really quickly, though, traveling at 1,000 knots. Let me just double check. But VT is traveling at Mach 1.77 at the moment. For context, the SD-10 is traveling at Mach 2.82. That is the most pathetic attempt by a SD-10 Seekerhead I think I've ever seen. VT is forced to go away. A lot of fuel spent. The first missile of the match was really only fired to send him away. No one's quite willing to put their finger on the trigger just yet. Nacho, still with 2 bags on, is not going to be able to get up to super speed. But that being said, still traveling at 740 knots, which is quite fast. This missile slowing down to 1,100 knots is probably going to be no factor for anyone unless it falls down on someone. Of which there is a very small chance of that actually happening. Nacho. Pushing hard now. Unwilling to shoot, though. Just pretending to. Both teams now. Playing pretend. The bags come off. Did I shoot a missile? Did I not shoot a missile? Who's to say? Electro Ball's crawling around in the weeds down here. The SD-10, the only munition shot by anyone so far, falling out of the sky at a paltry 700 knots. ICU's making a bit of a push here too. Looks like Riker and Kaori are only 20 nautical miles away from each other, but they're both at 12,000 feet. Which is pretty low to go for any kind of AMRAAM shot. Aspen finally decides it's time to have a go. A 30 nautical mile head-on shot against an F-15E. Nacho doesn't appear to be defending just yet, but certainly is now. Nacho appearing to be much more willing than VT to sacrifice altitude. This missile's going at 1,600 knots and is at 37,000 feet. Hopefully it starts falling down. No, I think the Seekerhead just went bad. Really cool liveries on both sides here. Yeah, agreed. ETF are some of my favorites. Okay, the SC-10 is tracking, but is all out of speed. Lasky fires an SC-10. Looks like it's about a 30 nautical mile shot. But where's it going? It's going up towards VT. It'll be a big moment if they manage to splash either one of these F-15s. I think, yeah, they're strategically very, very tricky to manage. This AIM-120 is coming in quite fast here. Looks like it's following Pulaski. VT's turned cold against the SD-10 that was coming up towards him. So he's a no factor now. Breeze in with a chance. Kaori and Breeze firing at each other, relatively short range. Hey Lucas, the first match was a bit of a wipeout with the 69th only flyers losing ICU to a disconnect at the start of the match, but then later managing to turn it around and claim victory. This SD-10 chasing down Pornhud here. Who's got to be careful they don't introduce themselves to the ground. Okay, they know what they're doing. Connor's coming in 30,000 feet in an F-16. We still have 6. Breeze, a 10 nautical mile shot, but it has 10,000 feet worth of altitude to cover. This missile's going 1,700 knots here. Connor's going to have to defend hard. This missile chasing off Breeze as well. But I think Breeze should be able to get away from this. Exhilarating BVR combat. I don't know if you're being sarcastic or not, but I find this stuff fascinating. Impact. So, missiles being traded, no effect. SD-10 up in the sky. This one's just to tell the F-15s to go away. VT getting boxed out yet again. I think ETF were hoping to be able to secure a kill in this tangle down in the south and get a little bit of a numbers advantage, but no dice so far. Lasky fires an SD-10. I wouldn't be surprised if this is for the purposes of telling Nacho to turn around. This one has already lost its seek. Still 6v6. Electroball and Pornhud only 8.5 nautical miles away from each other. We are seeing DCS here being played at the bitter edge of its limit. This is extremely complicated thinking happening here. It is at this point when you start to realize that whilst DCS may be a simulator, it is at its core a game. And as a result, the best understanding of the rules and stats can be of enormous advantage and not necessarily the most accurate representations of reality. Thank you for the follow. Follow Tulip660. Okay, this 120. It's high, and it's going for Aspen. Aspen's at 30,000 feet. May have to defeat this one just by notching, but it's quite close to him. Aspen may have been caught slightly too high here. Impact. Aspen gets splashed. The missile heading towards Dizzy, though, hits the mountain. Breeze defending against AIM-120s. Manages to get away. Electro Bull only 12 nautical miles away from Nacho, but with 24,000 feet difference in altitude. VT's high altitude, but VT is out of AMRAAMs now. Is there a backseater in the F-15E? No, I don't believe so. Let me check. No. Nacho fires an AIM 120 here. How many years Nacho got left is my question. Uh-oh. Why isn't my... Uh-oh. Oh. Okay, missiles being exchanged in all directions here. Nacho has 2 AMRAAMs left. VT has none. So they are successfully taking the F-15s out of the fight. VT is no longer a factor in this anymore. With only AIM 7s left to work with, is just a distraction. Nacho still has 2 AMRAAMs, so must be conscious of that. An SD-10 going up here towards VT. It makes it up to altitude, but it's already quite slow. And VT turns away from it. It's not willing to give chase. Breeze, Dizzy, and Riker are facing off against the southern group, Kaori, Connor, and ICU. Hope you're having a good day, Nuggets. They've been flying for so long now that the members of 69th are going to have to be thinking about fuel a little bit. Especially these F-15Es. VT can't have much left. He's been in burnout the whole match so far. Nacho as well. Started off triple bag, but is now clean as a whistle. Fires off his second to last AIM 120. Question is, where's it going? Looks like it might be down to Dizzy. Yep, this is a downwards shot towards Dizzy. She's going to have to notch this against the ground. But Dizzy is pretty good at missile defense, so I wouldn't count her out yet. And just like that, Dizzy manages to get away from one. What about the second? Well, firstly, she manages to get rid of the second. Is this the one that finally takes VT away? No, it's not. What about this 120? This 120 is not tracking anything useful. So, the F-15s are running out of missiles, and quickly. 1 AMRAAM left on Nacho. How are the rest of the team doing on missiles? Horn HUD. 2 AMRAAMs, 2 Winders. Kaori. 1 AMRAAM, 2 Sparrows, 2 Winders. ICU. 2 AMRAAMs, 2 Winders. Connor. 2 AMRAAMs, 2 Winders. So still a decent number of missiles on the wings for everyone here. Electro Bull is fully loaded. Breeze is 1 AMRAAM, 2 Winders. Riker is 2 AMRAAMs, 2 Winders. And Lasky, Winders only. As his air breakout, Nacho fires his last AIM 120 down towards Lasky. From the ETS perspective, that's probably the best outcome. If this missile impacts, they only lose 2 Sidewinders and none of their AMRAAM arsenal. But it would be even better if he can survive this, which it looks like he's going to. No effect. VT pushing now. VT only with AIM 7s is going to have to radar guide these missiles all the way in. 5 nautical miles away from Electro Bull. The AIM 7 comes off the wings. It is still tracking. Not anymore. The lock's broken. VT in amongst them now. An AIM 120. This one's going for Breeze. Breeze should be able to get away from that. and SD10 going on here. VT is right in amongst them. They're practically merged. VT is... Are they going for guns here? They're firing the gun, trying to take out one of the members of ETF. Riker at close range, a PL5 into VT. Doesn't go for the countermeasures. VT gets turned into particles. After trying to gun down a member of ETF, it's now a 5v5. It looks like the ETF strategy is starting to pay off here, as they find themselves at a bit of a missile advantage in terms of raw numbers. Now they just have to make sure that they can secure it. Breeze, carrying one AMRAAM, has an AMRAAM fired at him. Successfully? Unsuccessfully. Oh, it was notched for a second, but then they managed to reacquire the lock. Riker fires towards ICU. 7 nautical miles for that missile to cover. Traveling at a decent speed, but it's slowing down. And as SD-10s do, it introduces itself to the terrain. 120 is traded in both directions. Electro Ball desperately needs to dodge this missile, and does. Electro Ball's carrying half the arsenal that's left for the members of ETF. And we appear to have missed Breeze getting shot down by ICU. We'll check that in the replay. Nacho, down at low level. The F-15E, formerly at high altitude, is now contending at low altitude because he's got no AMRAAMs left. And Nacho just dives straight into the ground. Electro Ball is about to merge with ICU straight ahead. They fire short-range missiles at each other. Electro Ball gets it right in the face. Unlucky. 3 planes left. ICU and Connor. ICU only with Sidewinders left. Riker with 1 Sidewinder left. Kaori fires what might be his last 120. Definitely the last 120. Looks like it's going for Dizzy. Dizzy, excellent at missile defense, but this is a close-range shot. But of course it's not going to hit her, because she's that good. Kaori turns in now. Only Heatseekers left. Along with 2 Sparrows. Dizzy, what have you got? Dizzy has 2 Sidewinders. This is all coming down to Heatseekers now. And AIM-9 comes off the wings towards Dizzy, who drops countermeasures and defeats the Sidewinder. And AIM-7 comes off the wings. That's going to be undodgeable for Dizzy, who gets splashed. And then 1 more missile coming up towards Lasky, who manages to get rid of it with countermeasures. Is right on the 6 of one of them. Is behind Kaori. Riker and Connor are basically merged. Riker needs to look over his left shoulder. Connor needs to look over their left shoulder. A PL5 comes off the wings towards Kaori, gets successfully defeated by countermeasures. ICU is behind Lasky now, but doesn't have any missiles left, needs to support him with the gun. What has Lasky got left? Lasky's got 1 Heatseeker left, and the gun, which isn't fantastic on this plane, but he makes the best of it, nearly managing to secure a shot here. ICU's trying to help but can't. Riker fires his last Heatseeker. No effect. Pornhud with 2 AIM-9s left. Connor with 2 AIM-9s left. And ICU with nothing. Lasky coming in now. He's got 1 Heatseeker left. Never mind, he doesn't. Riker and Lasky, the last 2 standing, and they've only got the gun. Riker doesn't manage to get away from the AIM-9, leaving Lasky being the last one left. Connor, 2 Sidewinders to make something happen with. At this point, I'm sure they're all pretty bad on fuel, and in fact, ICU is completely empty. ICU's engine is off. He is out of the fight. Connor here is not afterburning, which makes you wonder how well Connor can be doing for fuel. Pornhud, no weapons left. Also not afterburning. I think Lasky here might be trying to pull them away and force a draw. Thank you for the compliment, Canto20. I hope people do enjoy the coverage and they don't just watch me muted. Okay. ICU crashes into the terrain. Lasky is trying to pull him away. The fact that Connor is not afterburning here is very indicative of what his fuel state must be like. You know what's really good fun, though? Watching a SATAC match like this on a TV. If you've got a TV that you can watch Twitch streams on, you should, or like YouTube streams or something like that, you should definitely watch SATAC matches on a TV if you get the chance. It's really, it's like watching sport, you know, but it's a really fun sport. Where interesting stuff happens. It's also a sport where there's a really long wait while you wait for everyone to go back to base and land. So, you have plenty of opportunities to go up and get a drink and stuff like that. This might seem like a bit of a dick move, but I fully think that this is the right move by Lasky. Bringing them into the terrain down here is the best chance you'll get to surprise someone for a gunshot if you can possibly get one. Oh, that might be it for Lasky's fuel. Yeah, exactly, this is what he's doing. The best chance to get invisible for just a moment and try and make something happen with the gun. And Connor turns the wrong way. This is huge. Connor turns the wrong way over the mountain. Both of them. Lasky's given them both the slip, which is huge because now they've lost track of him. They're going to have to find him again in these mountains. And if Lasky can keep on flying, he can keep draining their fuel. Imagine sports ball, but people explode. Imagine coming in with the Wishy raid and then not saying anything for like 2 hours. I've got you pegged, Bakasura-chan. Yeah, instead of getting concussions that will ruin their lives forever, we end the lives of our athletes in the most humane way possible, which is by having thousands of tiny tungsten balls go through their body from one end to the other, killing them instantly and turning them into meat paste. Oh, well, there you go, Bakasura-chan. There's going to be an ad break in 4 minutes and 30 seconds that I can't do anything about. I'm sorry if the match is still going when it happens. Okay, Lasky knows that they've given up. Both Connor and Pornhud are going back home. Despite the fact that they are still loaded, Pornhud has given up completely with only the gun left. Alright. Lasky's gone up to 23,000 feet. And he is trimmed for best economy. Does sound like that engine is running on fumes. JF17 clutch, total Chengdu victory. This is going to take some time. Yep. Settle in, boys. Welcome to the fuel fight. I'm chucking up a poll now. It's just going to run for 5 minutes. Who's going to win the fuel fight? An update on those ads. They're 2 minutes away. 2 minutes till ads. Vote on your screens now. Is the F-16 69th? Yes. ETF are flying JF-17s. And all of the other jets are being flown by the 69th. Keep in mind that there are 2 pilots in the sky for the 69th. They have Connor and Pornhud. But that makes no difference in a fuel fight. It's whoever has enough to make it back. Connor is at 29,000 feet at 80% RPM. Pornhud is at 85% RPMs at 32,000 feet. Meanwhile, Lasky is at 30,000 feet, traveling at 190 knots, at 83% RPM. '69th is going to win the fuel fight, you think, BL? How the '69th played? Did they well? The '69th has done really well, yes. Pornhud is leaving the circle. And it's heading back to base. Unfortunately, it won't count if Pornhud has landed. In fact, I need to check the rules. And yes, this is a best of 5. So the 69th have been flying wonderfully. They've had good effect. Okay, Pornhub's engine is dead. He's at 37,000 feet, and he is 23 nautical miles away from home. The only problem is that his team does not control the circle. So his landing is for nothing. Looks like ETF are the favourites to win the fuel fight. The JF-17 is 50 nautical miles from the airport at the moment. The only problem is that neither side controls the circle. Connor has ditched his sidewinders, still has an engine on. Pornhub, though, engine off, down to 35,000 feet, has 18 nautical miles left to cross. Every time I hear that engine falter for a second, I'm like, this is it, isn't it? Pornhub is still gliding back. I'm going to have to double check with Technitinium the rules, but I believe that the plane that takes control of the circle has to land. It was a great fight. Hate to see it come down to this. No, you see, I find this fascinating. This just goes to show how close to the limit they're pushing things. I just realised that Pornhub has has a lace garter around his engine. The match with Johnny Bravo and his 45-minute fuel fight? I know, I know. My current understanding of the rules, such as it is that Pornhub's landing here does not count for anything, because he did not capture the circle, and no one's captured the circle. So it's going to have to be Connor that captures the circle and then lands to secure this victory. Pornhub is making it back to base, but this secures nothing. That is my understanding of it. I have contacted the organisers and asked them for clarification. Is the F-16 like the F-18 for hydraulics, or are they separate? The F-16 has the EPU, which is a hydrazine generator that provides power in case the engine goes off. Lasky, cruising here, 79% RPMs. No, Ricky Ma, the 16 does keep its hydraulics through the EPU. Can't refuel and go back to the circle? No. Yes, Pornhub is out of the match. This is no different than him running out of fuel and crashing. Well done to him for making it back. Yes, exactly. Whichever one of these pilots runs out of fuel, rather still has fuel when they run out, then, yeah. They have to make it back to base. Once you leave the bubble, you cannot return. That's right. In fact, I think there's an on-screen warning that says you can't, when you leave the bubble, that you can't come back. Both planes still running. Connor's a little bit higher up, though. And Connor's got his throttle all the way back. I've got a bad feeling that Connor is running out of fuel as we speak. 81%, so he's not out yet. Connor. You see, Connor is probably regretting firing off those two AIM-9s. He might be realizing now that he had enough fuel to make a go. Okay, I've confirmed the rules. Pornhud's landing does not count in this instance. Nice that he made it back to base, but no, this does not secure victory for anyone. So, it's on Connor. And it's on Lasky. And Lasky's engine is off. Lasky's run out of fuel. He's at 26,000 feet and his engine is done. So, Connor's going to win the fuel fight, but can he make it back? So, the altitude is gradually dropping. Connor is at 81%. So he's still flying. It's eerie though, isn't it? Not hearing the jet engine. So, a very long glide for Lasky in the future. It's a draw if Connor doesn't make it back. Yes, it is. If a case of a draw, do they both receive a point? No point. It's no points are assigned. So no one gets any points. Points are for winners. How's Connor going here? Connor's still got engines going. Lasky's at 15,000 feet now. We should do a SATAC where the teams have the option for one round of any, in the semi-finals, in any round, they can ask for a tanker to be sent into the field. Only once throughout the match, but they can ask for a tanker one time. And then a tanker flies into their edge of the circle and they can refuel from it. What's Connor's fuel state? We have no way of knowing, unfortunately. I wish we did, though. It can't be great, though. Because he has been circling on low power for a long time. And I'm not going to tell him to return to base until Lasky is a burning hole, or alternatively landed on the ground. What if Lasky is bluffing and will relight the engines? I don't think he has the capacity. And even if he did, I'm not sure what he would get out of it, because then he would be at low altitude and he'd just be in a worse spot than he was before. It's looking not good for Lasky at the moment. Connor's got to be careful he doesn't leave the circle as well. Connor's right on the edge of the circle at 27,000 feet, but Lasky's going down here. Let's give Lasky something to work with here. Of course, none of this is going to show up in the VOD. Connor's engine is still running. He's at 75%. Do you think the JF-17 has something like an F-Pass? It does, yes. Its fuel page does give you, its best cruise. Oh, I'm looking outside and I see nothing but houses. All right. Now it falls on Connor. The last one in the air. He has to RTB. Has he got the range? Look at how gently he's turning. He's got to have nothing left. He has 40 nautical miles to cover. Oh my god, look at him. Oh no, if his engine shuts down. I'm gonna run a 2-minute poll. Alright guys, let me know. Does he make it? Does he make it? If Connor lands, the 69th does win, yes. We need a shrinking bubble. I like the fuel fight. I know it takes ages, but it really tests people's understanding of their airframes. I think it's something special about SATAC that gives it a chance to... it gives a chance to people to demonstrate that they're in total control of their airframes. Okay. He has 31 nautical miles left to go, and he's at 23,000 feet. I get the feeling this is going to come right down to the wire. The fact that he's not running his engine at all is crazy to me. Uh-oh. It's rolling back. Not too far, though. Rolling back to 70%. Divert charts from 20,000 feet, you can glide 49 nautical miles. You see, I don't think the F-16 does that well. My mental conversion has always been every 1,000 feet is a nautical mile if you do it perfectly. Idle glide at 221 knots. Okay, so that must be what he's doing. Oh, the idle glide as opposed to just pure glide. Okay. He should be fine then, unless the engine gives up. And it looks like people are saying that he's not going to make it. He's at 200 knots now. He is losing altitude as he goes. He's not pushing up his power at all. Okay, he's at 21,000 feet, traveling at 180 knots, with 20 nautical miles to go. He is the only one remaining, and he's returning to base on no fuel. Let's see. Let's check his fuel gauge. Give me a sec. Let's see here. Oh no. He's got such little fuel left that the textures in the cockpit aren't even rendering. There's not even enough fuel in this plane to render the textures. There goes the engine. That's it. The engine's dying. 20,000 feet, 15 nautical miles to go. The engine is dead. It's going to be so close. He's at 150 knots. Gliding. Ooh. And he's dropping like a rock. He needs to pick up speed here. He can't just hover like this. Oh, no. Well, let's see how much distance he's covering. He's at 18.5, 3, 2, 1. So he's traveling 0.8 nautical miles per 1,000 feet. And he has 11 nautical miles to go. The math makes this sound as if it can happen. He's going to run out of EPU power. How long is the EPU good for? Yeah, I feel like you should be going faster than this. He's losing too much altitude too quickly. Yeah, he's right on the edge of stall, which is not good for gliding. "14,000 feet, 9 nautical miles left to go." Something in my brain is telling me he doesn't make it. I don't feel like he does, but at the same time, he's very slowly getting there. And oh my god, on top of all of that, he's dealing with clouds. So he's going to have to descend through this cloud in a glide and be lined up perfectly. He gets one chance, if he gets a chance at all. Okay, apparently the hydrazine can last between 10 to 15 minutes. I should have noted when he ran out. If he points his nose directly at the runway, he should make it. 5 nautical miles left to go. He's at 11,000 feet. I think he needs to be going faster. I'm worried his EPU is going to run out of power right as he crosses the threshold. And he won't be able to lower his landing gear. Yeah, I'm starting to think he might make it. It's going to depend whether or not he gets the descent through these clouds cleanly or not. If he doesn't run out of EPU power and comes through these clouds cleanly, he should be fine. But he's down to 8,000 feet, so he's not very high. 3 nautical miles, 8,000 feet. He has AOA of 14. Yeah, he's right on the edge of stalling. Like, right on the edge of stalling. 120 knots of airspeed. But there's the airfield. He can see it. He comes through the clouds perfectly. Now he just has to land it. He can manually drop the landing gear? Okay. It's a bit of a not great angle, though. Should be recoverable, though. But now he's got the opposite problem. He's coming in way too hot. Is he going to be able to stop in time? That's a dangerous landing. Crossing the threshold at 240 knots. 210. He's still bouncing. 180 knots. He's coming in red hot. He has to stop here. If he crashes and dies... Uh-oh. Oh my god. That's down and safe. You can't ask for better. He made it. Unbelievable. Well, that's it, ladies and gentlemen. They managed to secure it. Okay. Mission restart. Run extensions. True. Delay. 0. Oh my god, they actually managed to do it. I cannot believe it. Wow. I can't believe that. That is crazy. Look at this. Oh, the tack view's gone away. No. Unbelievable. All right, guys, we have to get ready for the next round. So, we have to play some ads and be right back. I'm sure you need to stand up and stretch your legs for a second. Oh my god. Oh my god. Pose pas casse. Hey, Elena701. I'm not sure what that means, but I hope it's a good thing. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay, we'll be right back, guys. I need to go to the bathroom. Oh, Dingo Tactical, thank you for sharing your community with mine. Welcome to SATAC, guys. We're just getting ready for round number 3, after the 69th Only Flies has managed to win a very prolonged fuel fight against ETF. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are a fan of aviation content, you should check out Dingo Tactical. I enjoy watching their streams a lot. We'll be right back, guys, and we'll play some ads as well. So, get yourself a drink and get ready for round number 3. It's make or break for ETF, with the 69th Only Flies securing 2 rounds. Right, let's see how we are going. We'll run a little poll here just to see who you think is going to win round 3. Will it be the internationals of ETF, or will it be the 69th only flies? I think this match is going to be ETF's best opportunity so far. There are a number of reasons for it. That match went for a really long time. It is really late in China. And these 5-round DCS matches, they can be exhausting. A 3-round match is tiring enough, but a 5-round match, if ETF manages to score the victory here, we run a serious risk of the 69th having to contend with some real serious fatigue. And that's going to be tricky to deal with. Now, that isn't to say that the international members of ETF are not also going to be contending with their own fatigue as well, but they do have a little bit of time zone in their favour. As Aspen takes position, Dizzy's right at the back. Meanwhile, for the 69th, everyone's getting moving. VT leads the way, with Nacho and Kaori to follow. Hello guys, which terrain gives you the best playing experience for around 50 bugs? As in bucks, as in money? Persian Gulf or Syria? If you want to play multiplayer, then Persian Gulf and Syria are the ones you should get. What is this? Oh. But, you know, if you've got 50 bugs, they would probably like some, you know, some nice damp soil. They'd probably appreciate, like, some like, vegetables or something layered around the place. Thank you for the follow, Mario Bucker. But yeah, I'd say Persian Gulf or Syria, depending on how much they are. Persian Gulf has less playtime, Syria's still pretty hot. Yeah, in fact, you're right. You don't see as much Persian Gulf as you used to. Okay, everyone on ETF is lined up and good to go. There's a nice view of the ground. Ah, my frame rate. Okay. Syria is still the best. Syria gives you great variety. And the addition of being able to fly from Cyprus as well is really good fun. Plenty of ocean to play around in as well. I really like Cold War Germany myself. I like Cold War Germany. It is very flat, but otherwise really good. And really nice details as well. Lots of places to play around in. I like Cold War parts of it. Has a big hit on performance, so people kind of got away from it. It's a beautiful map, just needed some work. Yeah, Berlin looks amazing. Silly thing I like on the Cold War map is all the 70s and 80s vehicles parked around the map. I like that every power station comes with a great big warehouse that's perfect for flying something through. Also, this skin is funny. Check out these missiles. It's at this moment that SATAC would like to remind all participants that this is a very, very serious competition. How much Kuma bait? This isn't Kuma bait, this is comfy bait. Nothing lewd about it. Okay, Pawn Hunt is cunning. Kaori is taxiing now. How's it going? Oh, look, it's an epic match. 3 hours in and we've only done 2 rounds. The previous round went to an enormous fuel fight. Oh shit, ETF dominated last time. They've been having a tricky time contending with some of the F-15s that have been used with the 69th. Though, interestingly, they're swapping out one of their F-15s for an F-18 again. Yes, Flup, in the previous round, it went on to a fuel fight that went for about 30 minutes, and then the last remaining member managed to make it back without any fuel. 69th for the favourites. That's interesting. The ETF have been the favourites for every round so far. But it looks like the tides are turning. How much is allowed? I think you can put anything on your plane that won't get me banned from Twitch. I think that's the limit. Uh-oh. Whoops, DCS started for a second there. I remember I got pranked by a Spanish team because they had really nice skins, but underneath the speed brakes on their F-18s, they had pin-up art, which caught me off guard. Wasn't anything that would get me in trouble, but they lifted the speed brakes, and suddenly there was some big old boobies on the screen. I was like, whoa, hello. ETF lost the fuel fight again. I think it was the right move, just because their one pilot was down to guns. Oh, no. We lost another member of 69. How much longer do we have to take off? Okay, I'm going to guarantee the takeoff in 5 minutes. We cannot keep waiting. This has already taken a really long time. You'll keep updating the livery for Nacho. Oh, you did it? Snowstorm Yukikaze? Very nice. Would they be hot pit refueling every now and then on the runway? Yes. Though I think the JF-17 has a special option to refuel the tanks as well. Can someone who owns the JF-17 and has flown it recently confirm for me if you can give the ground crew the order to refuel the centerline, the external tanks? I have long run out of things to talk about. This is probably going to be the longest SATAC match I've ever cast. Let's see if Nacho gets there in time. Okay. Is there a pilot in the bathroom? No, just some connection issues. Both teams have agreed to not use ECF. Sorry. Both teams have agreed not to use ECM. During this competition, there has been some issues that have come up with ECM, and teams have been given the option to decide whether or not they want to fly with ECM. If the teams disagree, it goes to a coin flip, but both teams have agreed in this instance to not use ECM. Okay. 30 seconds. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go, go, go. And there we have it. That's the start of round number 3. All right. Thank you for your patience, everyone. I was asking earlier, but do you guys fly in DCS with DLSS on or off? Interesting that they're not afterburning at the moment. Breeze, Riker, Lasky, and Electro Bull are up and up. Dizzy will be next. Will it be 3-0? I'm not sure. I wouldn't count out ETF. They're a very clever team. And it's very late for the 69th in China. So I hope that they aren't getting too fatigued, because that does become a factor in long matches like this. Off they go. Dizzy catching a little bit of wake turbulence. Hopefully can rotate soon. Oh shit, no! Damn it. Dizzy's wheels did not touch the ground. Did not leave the ground though. Pedals died apparently. Okay. And VT is off the ground. The double ugly F-15. Dizzy just needs to get weaponed up. Yeah, Dizzy says that her pedals died, which happens. Though the rules are explicit, if the wheels didn't leave the ground, you can respawn, and her wheels did not. Hopefully that doesn't throw too much of a spanner into the works of the plans of ETF in this match. Thanks, AlphaGator. And look at that, even managing to put the livery on mid-taxi. Wheels leaving the ground mean that they're flying weekly 6, so they're up, you know. That was a equipment failure crash. They will have to be just a little bit cautious about the wreckage on landing, but doesn't look too bad. Okay, Blue's already in the battle area though. They're pushing hard. I wonder if the tactics will change and they'll attempt a little bit of high altitude fighting. There's breeze in the air. Off it goes. Dizzy is trying to play catch up here. How can you do that, livery mid-taxi? When you rearm, your livery changes instantly. Even if you're moving too fast to be rearmed. Alright, how far are we going? Got some ice beer. Hope my buddy can win this match. Who are you here to support, Weekly 6? Looks like Riker, Breeze, Lasky, and Electro Ball. Pushing in their line. Connor is pushing pretty hard, 31,000 feet. Middle tank is off. Oh, I see. 69th Weekly 6R VT. VT has been effectively flying the F-15E throughout this match. Running out of missiles, though. You're here for the commentator? Well, thank you very much. Sorry, I've been a bit quiet. There's a lot of stuff that has to be talked about in the background as well. Rule checks, things like that. I'm constantly talking with the organisers in the background as well. I wonder if we'll see some early JF-17 shots. Alright, we've already got a missile in the air. It's an SE-10 from Breeze. Question is where it's going. It might be for ICU, might be for VT. An early kill would be fantastic here. Connor has fired at Electro Ball, but isn't getting one in response. He flies the F-15 recently. Before SATAC, he always flied the F-18. I see. Well, this missile is at 68,000 feet, traveling at 1,600 knots. Okay, the desired effect appears to be achieved. VT has been forced to go away. An A120 going through the air here, but it doesn't look like it knows who it's going for. 72,000 feet, and it's not coming back down just yet. Might be for Aspen, but we'll see. Jizzy has managed to catch up with her teammates in the circle. Maybe her late arrival will provide them with a tactical opportunity here. It does mean that one of the ETF members is without a wingman here, though. Breeze is pushing hard here this time. Not giving up and not turning away. Lasky is pretty cold now, but has the opportunity to... Now with the chance to turn back around, but he's deep in the thickness of the clouds, and Breeze is pushing like a man possessed here at the moment against ICU, who's turning cold and dropping altitude, but may not be able to get away in time. This missile's traveling fast. Ooh, it's going to be close. Very close, but not close enough. Unlucky. Riker now has to defend against an AIM-120. Has successfully notched it, though. Its guidance is ruined. We're seeing a different ETF this time, a much more aggressive ETF. Something has happened in the locker rooms between these two matches. They had the time for that fuel fight to discuss strategy here. Looks like we've got a 13 nautical mile shot towards Kaori from Electro Ball. Kaori's being forced away. Keeping up with the pressure, I really like this, though. I think it's working, too. Electro Bull and Nacho now only 10 nautical miles away from each other. It's going to be a question of who can get eyes on who. Nacho fires an AIM-120. Looks like it's a pretty high off-bore sight shot towards Electro Bull. It's going to have to pull a lot of G's to try and catch him here. Okay, Electro Bull gets away cleanly from that one. Aspen's contending with a missile here, but it's not going too fast. Dizzy still with some altitude to work with here. VT, meanwhile, is stuck out of the fight. Fuel tanks are all off now. Breeze is right in the midst of them. Lasky pushing towards Nacho here, 10 nautical miles away. Breeze, 7 nautical miles away from Kaori. He's pulling up, but he might be pulling up into the sights of Kaori here. It's a short-range shot against Kaori. It's got 6 nautical miles to cross. Kaori, this one's going to be very hard to get away from. As long as it doesn't go for the terrain. Oh, no! It 100% had the legs to go. An SC-10 fired from Riker at Nacho. And one that's chasing him already. Another one coming in. Look at how aggressive they're being. How cool is this? Oh, they're just not giving them a chance. Lasky with a great SD-10 shot against Kaori. They are just squeezing them. And sooner or later, 69's luck is going to run out. Pornhot is coming in here, but Riker has an opportunity to cut him off. VT fires an AIM-120 down towards Breeze. Breeze is going to have to get this one into the terrain. Shouldn't be the hardest one to notch. However, we see one of the members of the 69th explode. ETF takes first blood. Breeze getting away from this. AIM-120. This SD-10 looks like it's catching this member of the 69th out of position. That's 2 splashes. So, Electro Ball takes down Connor, and Breeze takes down Nacho. Another SD-10. ETF is coming out looking good. Splashing a third as Lasky takes out Pornhud. However, Riker has been taken down by VT's high-altitude F-15E. So Pornhud, Nacho, and ICU are smoked. Riker's gone down for ETF. Got an SC-10 in the air, not going very fast. However, if this 69th member flies into it, okay, just edges it. Lasky's coming in. VT is ditching altitude now. He's down to Sparrows. No AMRAAMs left. Aspen fires an SD-10. This is probably going towards VT, a 25 nautical mile shot. This AIM-7 coming in. Lasky here needs to pull up and fire off those PL5s. Has got him straight in his sights. PL5 goes off. The flares are being dumped. Impact. That's a kill. Down goes the F-15. The AIM-7s are going to lose guidance now. Breeze coming in now to finish off Kaori. Has a single Sidewinder left. And off it goes. Impact. ETF takes control of the battle area in a comprehensive victory, as their attack posture has totally changed. Kaori is just about to hit the deck. Okay. ETF. RTB. Alright. That's the ETF we know. That's the ETF we love. These guys are large and in charge. And that's the kind of performance that we were expected to see from them. A fabulous attack by ETF. You see this going around 5? Yeah, my partner has to go to bed early tonight, so I was kind of hoping that this would be a short match, so I'd get an opportunity to spend some time with her. But now I have to tell her, sorry, this DCS match is going to go for a really long time. You go to bed, and I'll see you tomorrow. Alright, let's check out the TAC view and see what we had happen there. How you going? I'm doing well, Reckoning. How you going? It's 2 a.m. now in China. No. Hey, one WOIF, 1W0IF. How should I pronounce that? 1W? What should I call you? Make sure I pronounce your name correctly. Let's watch the TAC view. 69's going to lose their mind. I know, and I'm sure some of them have work tomorrow as well. Okay, look at this. You can see the anger in Breeze. Breeze, I think, is not happy with how these matches have gone so far, and is sick of the missiles not reaching. I mean, look at this fight with Kaori. This is just deadly pilot on pilot, one mistake and you're done action here. Meanwhile, Breeze is brave enough to pop up. These shots, look at these shots, man. It's just crazy that they even managed to get away from them. When was Breeze manages to fire at Kaori at 6 nautical miles and it doesn't connect? Unbelievable defenses happening here. Which module are you flying? I'm currently I am currently casting a PvP DCS competition called SATAC. And they just collapsed in on them. Amazing performance from ETF. But look at Nacho just getting away from it by centimeters. SD-10s everywhere. Oh, Wolf. Oh, I see. SD-10 just missing him by centimeters. Another one coming in, just missing him by meters. And it looks like Nacho here knew that they had one coming in at high potential and gets splashed by. Looks like Breeze. Breeze just chased them down and a 4.5 nautical mile SD-10 shot. You're never going to get away from it. And they just start picking them apart in beautiful performance. Pornhub coming down here trying to get involved in the action, but just missiles coming in constantly. Lasky managing to score a kill on this one as well. Look at how well they're covering each other as well. Lasky pulling over the top of Breeze so that Breeze can get some cover, and Breeze actually manages to connect with a PL5 against Pornhub as well. ICU getting splashed here by Riker. Every member of ETF pulling their weight here now. Kaori eventually getting taken out by Breeze at close range with another PL5. So 2 PL5s launched by Breeze this match, both of which hit. Impact. And last but not least, VT. VT's got themselves into this situation pretty reliably now, where they run out of AMRAMs, and look at this, Lasky. These PL5s, they're much more reliable than the AIM-9s when it comes to falling for countermeasures or something like that. I would have expected this one to go for the countermeasures any day of the week, but it went straight for VT. Just a beautiful effort. A beautiful, beautiful effort. Great flying from ETF. I can barely believe it. The ETF team play is phenomenal. It is. It's just incredible. I think Riker and Breeze and Riker were covering each other here. But look at how well Lasky, Riker, and Breeze are working together here. Every single one of them are making sure that every single hostile aeroplane has got a missile on it. Kaori is being covered off by Lasky. Nacho is being covered off by Breeze. Riker is covering off Pornhud. All three of these bandits don't feel like they're in control of their situation. They're totally defensive. Kaori and Nacho just stuck out in the open, defending against missile after missile after missile after missile. And then when Pornhub comes to try and save them, Riker sneaks up and slaps him. And that's it. Just crazy good flying. Okay, Electro Bull, Lasky, Breeze, and Dizzy and Aspen are returning to base. Poor old Dizzy only managing to get one AMRAM off that match, but still managing to make some moves. Why F-15E instead of F-15C? The F-15E, I think, gets upgraded engines and also carries extra internal fuel. So, as a result, some teams prefer to bring it because that gives it a little bit more endurance in the fight. It also has some more complicated radar modes as well that you can take advantage of. Speaking of my life partner, I'm just going to go check that she's okay. I'll be right back. Yeah. Sorry, wife. You go to bed. I've got DCS on. Engines are better and you have 7,000 pounds of fuel internally, so 21,000 internally. Also, it looks better. I mean, let's do a poll. Vote on your screens now for which version of the F-15 you think looks cooler. Looks like Aspen's the first one going in here. ETF landings are always by the book. By the way, guys, if you're enjoying this content, it would be really lovely if you could hit the follow button down below on my stream. Not only that, but it would be really nice if you could come and join in on my Discord. I'm going to put a link to it in chat. You can join in here, and you can follow me on Twitter. It would be lovely to have you. And I also encourage you guys to interact with all of the socials for the organisers, the 51st PVO. Let me give you their information as well. In addition to that, there are some people I'd like to thank. I'd like to thank Master Arms Service for helping make this all possible. I'd like to thank AlphaGator for always being the standby in technical matters and ever reliable. In addition to that, I would like to say thank you to Special K and his DCS server bot for all of the help that it gives us in making any of this work, not the least of which is including all of the statistics we've been getting, and there is a very interesting statistics channel in the 51st PVO Discord as well. Thank you for the follows, One Wolf, Zach Links, and Weekly 6. No, you Jagsol, no! Alright, looks like Dizzy's first in, and she's lined up beautifully. Wait, hold on. Where'd that one come from? The wake turbulence landing is going to be very stressful. Please be careful, Dizzy. Okay. One interesting fact about the JF-17 is that it has a parachute. So maybe we'll see it used. There it is. That reminds me, I have to go dress up in women's clothes and get some photos taken. Yeah, that's right. I've got a drag shoot. That's the kind of jokes that you get on hour 3.5 of a SATAC match. Alright, Breeze is next, then Electro Bull and Lasky. I do like the no-touch things on JF-17s. No touch, no touch. Though, am I the only person who thinks that the landing gear well for the JF-17 is weird looking? Like, shouldn't there be stuff in here? I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry, Weekly 6. I'll try and slow things down a little bit. SN Rec. Let's pin that for 5 minutes. And which plane looks cooler? It looks like everyone's saying the F-15E looks cooler. Weekly 6. Not only do I speak a little bit too fast, probably to be easy to understand, I also have a disgusting accent. There is stuff in there sometimes? Well, okay. Okay, Lasky's the last one in. When the wheels go inside of the plane like that, where do you think they go? And how do they know when to come back up? These are the sorts of questions that will keep you up at night. Alright, everyone's on the ground. Let's restart the server. Okay, and Lasky has stopped. Perfect. Alright, guys, let's run some ads. Your English is not too well? No, it's fine. I will do my best to be as understandable as possible. And if you need me to repeat anything, Weekly 6, you please let me know, so I can explain it in a different way for you. Alright, we're going to get ready for round number 4. It is 2 to 1. Okay, they've gone back to double F-15Es. That plane that you guys find so sexy, even though it's... Look at this thing, it's got... It's the only plane I've ever seen that's got fat rolls. I mean, it makes sense that it's American. But, I don't know, like the extra fuel tanks hanging off the side, don't they look like a muffin top? Or maybe you guys... Maybe they're like plane boobies. I don't know. Can you tell it's been a long day? Alright. POV, you're an air particle. I hope the camera work has been acceptable. I've been trying to do my best. As ETF pulls up into position. Alright, ETF are in position. And it shouldn't be long for 69th only flyers to be the same. Let's hope Nacho gets moving shortly. Perfect. Why no Sequoias, no MiGs, no Mirages? It's quite common to see J11s. It's quite common to see Sequoias. J11s are quite common. MiG-29s are a little bit outdated for this kind of battle, but we did see one MiG-29 in use in a match a couple of weeks ago as well, so it is an option. And the Mirage 2000 only gets 4 missiles, and only 2 of them are Fox ones, so they lack a little bit of the range. How so? By being super aggressive and just slaughtering them. If you want the long and the short of it. ETF just pushed into the circle and blasted them. Okay. Let's hope that, Oh, that's my pleasure, OR2. I'm so glad that you enjoy it. That means a lot to me to hear you say that. Thank you. The J11 radar sucks. The one problem with the J11's radar is that it can't do TWS mode, so you'll always give warning to people that you're shooting at them. Okay, both teams ready. Get set. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go, go, go. And there we have it. It's the beginning of round number 4. ETF facing off against the 69th. DCS Chili Bean, thank you for the follow. I'm amazed that they choose to take off in this formation considering the wake turbulence. But they pull it off every time. Beautifully as well. And they'll separate out into their 4 ships. Gorgeous. And that should be Dizzy and Aspen waiting for their cue to go at the back of the line. Meanwhile, Nacho takes off in the F-15E, along with ICU coming along as well. Let's get a poll going. And there we have it. It's getting to be 2 AM here in China now. Or, well, not here in China, but for the Chinese players that we have participating. And check this out, an F-15E with 1 fuel tank and only 4 AIM-120s. Not even bringing anything on the pylon with the fuel tank. I've spoken to some F-15E SATAC pilots, and they hate the centerline pod. They avoid taking the centerline fuel tank whenever possible, because they claim that even when it's jettisoned, it causes a huge amount of drag. Though, if VT is using it in this setup, I would be inclined to... I would be inclined to believe that there must be something to it. Escher doesn't believe China is a place. No, I believe China is a place. I would like to one day go on a holiday to China and visit some historical sites. I don't know. Are there... For someone who's interested in history, other than the Great Wall of China, where do you think would be an interesting place to go? I like food a lot too, so I'm sure there's somewhere in China that has... In fact, I'm sure there are places in China with brilliant food. Right, Dizzy's the last one to go. She just needs to push that throttle forward, and she'll be the last one up. Hopefully this time her pedals stay connected. I do like that the fuel tanks on the JF-17 Thunder do have little wings on them. Site in today? I don't know what that is. I'm so hungry. I was going to cook dinner tonight, but I think I might make a lamb kofta instead. Or might go down to the kebab shop, we'll see. Dizzy starts her engines and roars to life. Aren't those antennas on the fuel tanks? These on the tails of the fuel tanks? No, these are just fins. I believe so, anyway. Shangon Air Force Show might be going in October. Hope we can... Can anyone go to those air shows? I'd love to go to China to go to an air show. I don't know. I'm worried that Chinese people wouldn't like me. I don't know. Okay, Dizzy's up and up. Everyone is Skyborn now. Lasky, Electroball, Breeze, and Riker are passing through the threshold. Nacho in the F-15E is going really fast. Kebab shop? Yeah. What do you reckon? Kebabs for dinner tonight? Feel free to gift 100 subs so I can have kebabs. So both of the F-15Es only taking AMRAAMs. Once these planes fire off these 4 missiles, they're out. I can tell you from experience, gunfighting the F-15E is horrible. I don't know if they've fixed the radar gun sight, but the radar gun sight used to be really badly misaligned with the actual gun, and I couldn't hit anything with it. Unfortunately, when I was on holiday in Japan, I was going to go to an air show, but it got cancelled due to weather. ICU, still flying hard. It's 2:30 in the morning, but they're still giving it everything. And no, because you're broke? That's understandable. I did see iShow Speed visiting Japan. He looked like he had a wonderful time. Let's crank this up. This is such a good song. In fact, let's really play this. Let's get this right back to the start. All right. Nacho's pushing in now. 54,000 feet, has already fired an AMRAAM that is going at absolute light speed. 60,000 feet. And that missile has a very long way to go. Is this the missile that makes the difference? Okay, Breeze and Riker are going defensive like they have every other time, but this time they are not. They are not incorrect in doing so. There is definitely a missile coming. Why shoot so early? They're trying anything that works. Alright. Looks like it's going for Lasky, actually. Gotta be careful. Unless it's just going ballistically straight down now. Still going fast enough to be a worry, though. You can see the silhouette of one of the aircraft just over the top of it there. Flying over the top of Lasky. Okay, Electro Ball is going to get away from it too. Okay, it ran out of battery, I think. VT is pushing here too. Okay, Breeze is pushing. He's only 26 nautical miles away from Nacho now, who is at 41,000 feet and zooming. Okay, Nacho and VT are going to pass by each other at close range. You see him flying just past them. His teammate going in the opposite direction. Using multi-stage missiles, EG Exile. It's not a new idea, actually, EG Exile. There was the extended range Sidewinder that they experimented with, which is they built a Sidewinder that had a large solid rocket booster attached to it, and the solid rocket booster would go off, and then the AMRAAM would fire, rather, the AIM-9 would fire off the, would fire off of the rocket booster once it exhausted itself. I don't know if it was very effective, but there you go. There's a little bit of reading for you to do. To be perfectly honest, EG Exile, what I think they would rather do, I think they would rather have missiles that had longer burning motors than anything else. The amount of weight introduced in a multi-staged missile would be difficult. Okay, Pornhub fires. EG's fine? Okay, sorry. I don't know why I was saying EG Exile. Oh shit, I didn't see who won the poll. Who won the poll and by how much? Okay, we've got an AIM-120 that's going for Lasky here. Isn't it like an R-27ET then? Yeah, basically. Okay. Lasky's probably going to get away from this one without too much trouble. What about this SD-10? This SD-10 is at 120,000 feet. And then SD-10 is in flight. Looks like it's heading over towards VT. Kaori fires off bore sight. Looks like it might be towards Riker. ETF 5-1. Thank you very much. So ETF are the favorites. Ooh. That's exciting. Panama. Okay, Riker gets away from it. We're seeing a much more cautious 69th only flies now. Breeze is heading towards Pornhub. Climbing up a little bit. And off goes the launch. Question is, did Pornhub fire back? Doesn't look like it. And in fact, Pormhud is going defensive now. I was going to say not going defensive, but definitely knows something's happening now. Though I think ETF have found their secret sauce. They know what they need to do now. This SD10, oh no, it went way up in the sky, way too high. It's a shame, because if it didn't, it would go right for him. Might have been heading towards Nacho, though. You want to face them in the finals? Remind me which team you're in, Light? I was saying, we were discussing the matchups when we were deciding who was going to cast which match. And I was saying my dream final is ETF facing off against 104. Okay, one of the very precious AIM-120s comes off the wings of the F-15E. Looks like it might be going for Breeze. Breeze is going to have to notch this one. And he? Oh, this has caught Breeze in a bad spot. He's going to have to defend with everything he's got. This is make or break. Oh, and he does it. Oh, perfectly done, Breeze. Perfectly done. Okay. 45th? Oh, that would be great fun too. I have your match tomorrow as well. Like, can you make sure that, or can you ask one of your teammates to just make sure that I've got the most up-to-date skin pack? Got an SC-10 that's chasing down Kaori here. The F-15s can't do much pressure because of the altitude and speed. Yes and no. They're up high, which means that they're really, really dangerous, but at the same time, they, ooh, that's so close. At the same time, it takes a long time for them to set up. You see how Nacho's at 42,000 feet? It's going to take him a long distance to turn around. Like, he's going to have to use 15 nautical miles to turn. So the fact that he's been forced away like this means that he's basically out of the fight for a bit. Okay, VT fires now. 2 AMRAAMs left. This one's going for Breeze again. Breeze has shown that he can defend it, but he's at 13,000 feet, which is way too high to get away from this one. Yeah, please do. For some reason, I don't think I've cast a 45th match so far. Can Breeze do it twice? No, he can't. Breeze gets splashed. That's an early loss for ETF. But can they turn it around? There's an AMRAAM up here. Have one of the F-15s gone too high? No, he's turning cold against it. Damn. Gonna be close too. You have no GPU at the moment? What, you can't play DCS just by sound? Wait a second. ICU's disconnected. ICU's gone down. They've lost a pilot. But Riker has just gone down here as well. Where was it? I missed it. Riker's gone down. So it's a 4v5 right now for the knockout. It's going to take a heroic effort from the remaining members of ETF, but they have some very capable pilots still here. Lasky's up at 20,000 feet, getting ready for the attack. And those precious F-15Es are not full of missiles. There's 2 left on Nacho, and I think VT has 1. 2, actually. So 4 missiles left on the F-15s. Don't mind me, I'm just refilling my beer. Because it's a Saturday night. And Saturday night's alright for fighting. Oh, and thank you for the Prime subscription, Light is in your bed. That's very kind of you. Jeffrey Bezos, $5, please. Okay, Aspen and Electro Bull are with each other. Dizzy is pushing towards the south. Connor's at 32,000 feet here and is launching an AMRAM. This one will be down towards Dizzy. But Dizzy's at 4,000 feet, so should be able to get away from this one. Lasky does a dual target trike. One towards Pornhub and one going towards VT. That missile might have the right timing to get to VT. Dizzy here with a missile to contend with. And Dizzy gets away with it. No factor. Okay, how are these SD-10s looking? The one going towards VT has lost him. And the one going towards Pornhub is low. Thank you, Lucas. Okay, Lasky fires towards Pornhub. This missile has a potential to impact. Actually, Pornhub's been caught out of position here. Pornhub is going to have to rely on notching for this one, but I don't think he's going to get away with it. Impact. Pornhub goes down. Aspen now pushing now, following Kaori and Nacho. He has Kaori off his right-hand shoulder, not far. Okay. They're working as a team. VT has only one AMRAM left, and then he's almost useless to the fight. Nacho, on the other hand, has got one AMRAM left. Where have the other members of... Or 69th only flies. Okay, it's a merge. Oh, and Aspen takes a hit. Close range from Kaori. What does Kaori have left? No one AMRAM, 2 Sparrows, 2 Winders. Okay, Electro Bull fires an SD-10 up at Nacho. This is basically a surface-to-air shot. On what planet does that not track? Why didn't that track? Electro Bull's in trouble now. Gonna have to notch this one. And does. Electro Bull successfully defends the missile. Nacho's out of missiles. And he's down to the gun. What's VT got left? Nothing. The 2 F-15s are completely unarmed. They've only got the gun left. The only person with any missiles left is Kaori. Meanwhile, Dizzy has 3 AMRAMs left. Lasky is down to Heat Seekers. And Electro Bull, 2 AMRAMs. I think ETF has this. Okay, an SD-10 towards Kaori. Kaori notches it successfully. So, with 2 Heat Seekers and 2 Sparrows, Kaori is the last hope for the 69th. And yet, he's pulling directly in front of Dizzy, who's not going to miss the opportunity, fires off the SD-10. The AIM-9 comes off in response. Impact. Kaori gets splashed, but the AIM-9 goes for Dizzy. She manages to get away from it. Meaning that it's down on Nacho and VT, and Nacho only has the gun. Can Nacho try and make something impossible happen with the gun? Lasky's coming in, fires off a PL-5. The countermeasures don't impact, and the second PL-5 misses Nacho. The countermeasures work, and both Heat Seekers are gone. Lasky's down to the gun. Can he do it? It's a dogfight. Lasky's pulling in behind Nacho. Dizzy's coming in to help. Can he pull lead, though? The F-15 is keeping it close. Lasky's managing to pull a few more Gs. Dizzy's coming in to help. The SD-10 at close range. Splash. Down goes Nacho, meaning that VT's the only one left. Hey, Hanslau. Could I get that in English, please? Oh, they should go for fuel. I don't think VT can get away with that. Not with Dizzy equipped with AMRAMs left. Actually, Dizzy's got no AMRAMs left. And Lasky has no AMRAMs, has no missiles left. But Electro Bull has 2 heavy missiles left, plus the heat seekers. And this is why we practice BFM. You're completely right, like... He's going to play fuel. They need to chase him down and kill him. They need to send Electro Bull north to cut him off here. And Dizzy, cut him off here. And Lasky right up the middle. But it looks like Lasky's being sent back to base. Question is, Electro Bull's not pushing the engine very hard. I'm wondering if he's suffering in terms of fuel. The trick is to deal with VT without suffering too much in terms of the fuel department. The only problem is that VT has been consistently running out of fuel, and VT would have been using every drop of fuel they could while they still had AMRAMs left, so I doubt he's got much left. Does look like Lasky's being sent back, and just like I said, Dizzy and Electro Bull are looking to pincer move VT here. Question is, who's going to deliver the coup de grace? He probably has 5k or so left. Well, Dizzy's coming to kill him, so... I don't think she's in the mood to fuck around here. One space ram. And this would be over. VT's going to the edge of the circle here. Gotta be careful. Could get knocked out. And there he is. Oh, he goes for the gunshots, but Dizzy goes over the top. Why didn't Dizzy fire? I think she's baiting out the, she's baiting out the countermeasures. No, I looked at the wrong missile. PL5 away. Kaboom. And that's all she wrote. VT is down. Alright. ETF. RTB. Unbelievable that they turned that around. Lasky's got to be sipping fuel and is coming back home now. Look at him, he's on a 7.6 AOA. Oh my god. Don't look at the exposed radar, I'm sorry. I'm exhausted, like, I can only imagine what these pilots are feeling like at the moment, because I'm shattered. This might be the longest SATAC match I've ever cast. Best of one, all or nothing. You're exactly right. Yes, Ozdeadmeat, if someone from ETF makes it back to base, it'll be 2-all. That they play so good in this style, ETF is flying them. ETF trains harder than anyone. ETF have been flying together for a very long time. They know each other very well. They communicate flawlessly. And, yeah, they know exactly what they're doing. And they choose to fly the JF-17 because they love it. It's not as good as it used to be, Ozdeadmeat. It did get nerfed a few years back, but it is still quite good. I don't know how reliably it gets locks out to. I know it used to be quite capable of 80 nautical miles, but now I think it's more like 45. I mean, I'll be able to... yeah. That the professional community are very supportive of each other, and a lot of the people who participate in these events, they're good friends. Teams like ETF, 45th, 104th, BFG, all those. BFG's not in this year, but you know what I mean. All of these teams, they're friends as much as they are competitors. They love the DCS competitive scene. Didn't know it got a nerf? Yeah, it was a while back, so it's still quite good. Also, Thomp 6460, thank you for the follow. DCS lo-fi stream. RTB to chill out too. Some of the big teams are in the upcoming TACT, most likely. I've never engaged with TACT too much. I should watch it, though. It looks like a very interesting competition. In fact, all of the DCS competitive events are always very interesting. I love it. I mean, I'm extremely grateful to Technitinium and the SATAC team for considering me to be one of their hosts, and I've absolutely loved all of the SATAC matches that I've hosted. So this competition will always have a very, very special place in my heart. And I think SATAC has a special place in the heart of a lot of DCS players because it's been around forever. Kaori told me that they were about to fall asleep. Oh my goodness. I wish there was some way that I could speed this up so that they wasn't so long. You love having no AWACS there? Okay, Lasky has 47 nautical miles left to go. For me personally, I know some people prefer shrinking circle. I don't. I like the fact that the circle doesn't shrink here. I think that it gives the opportunity to let a strategy fully develop, you know? That you don't have to modify your plans for wherever the circle might be at any given moment in time, but instead you have the full playing area, and you know what it is. The SATAC maps, I mean, especially the ones on the Caucasus, they happen around very well-known terrain. So it gives teams the chance to specifically plan around the specific terrain that they want to fight in. Though, at the same time, I do really love it when SATAC matches happen on different maps. One of my favourite maps is the one that's... I think it's Ras versus Liwa on Persian Gulf, where the fight happens pretty much smack bang over the middle of Dubai City. And I think that's one of my, like, favourite maps of all time. I am in China now, and he says that they will do their best, no matter win or lose. Well, I think that deserves a round of applause, to be honest. I think we should all say a huge thank you to everyone who's flying from China and competing with us, the 69th only flies, working hard into the night to give a great match. So a big thank you to the 69th only flies. You can't see caucuses anymore, it's so green. You see, I was like that for a while, but I've come back on caucuses now. My favorite thing about... No, you got it wrong. I love cashews. It's already super complex to maintain situational awareness. Yeah, I don't know how you guys practice it, Light, but it's one of those things that after enough training, I think that you just inherently know. What? What is this? Oh, is that a landing light? Oh, it is. For some reason, I thought that was the missile warning sensor. Are there similar competitions with World War II planes? I don't know, actually. But if there is a competition, a PvP competition in World War II aircraft, that doesn't happen in War Thunder, I would be so excited for that. Yeah, I'm willing to bet it's a case where people with a lot of experience flying with the same group of people probably, you know, you'll ask them, something like, how do you know where your teammates are? And they won't be able to tell you. They'll just say, I just know where they are. It's like, yeah. Though, the data link on the JF-17 does show the location of friendly aircraft. So, ETF takes huge advantage of that fact. And that's what makes their teamwork so good, is their ability to keep track of each other so well on the extremely good data link that they have in the JF-17. Is it safe to say you're from down under? Yes, I am, mate. I am from Perth originally. Well, I grew up in the country, but I lived in Perth. But now I live in the UK. What about yourselves? Are any of you guys... whereabouts in the world are you watching from? If you don't mind me asking. You don't have to tell me, but it would be lovely to know. Have we got any international viewers here? Looks like Lasky is lining up, and he's going to be the first in. Can you tell which way the toilets flush in Perth? Yeah, they flush downwards. I don't know what happens in America, but usually the water just goes down and then it refills. But I don't know if in America, like, the water goes up or something like that. Whoops, I just punched the shit out of my camera. Whoopsies. My camera controls. You're watching from your bed? Are you watching from bed because you just woke up? You better not be rotting right now, Sharklet. Alright. I'm giving you butthole POV. California? You're watching from your office? Ah, yes. One of my favorite countries in the world. Office. CS Office. I guess Diesel Husky must be one of the hostages in Counter-Strike. France? Very nice. Comment tout le monde? And Lasky makes it down. America goes every which way. Germany, sadly. Nothing wrong with Germany. My partner's a German. Los geht's, Kameraden. Wie geht's? Tadellos. Norway? Germany? Aufgefettstation. Aufgefettstation. Fish spotted. Don't like the language? I like the language. I see, Sharklet. You're living the true IT experience. Okay, Dizzy is down and safe. So is Lasky. And Electro Ball is the last one to come in. Oh, no, hearing German here. Alarm! Alarm! Aufgefettstation. Aufgefettstation. Our Air Force has operational phantoms. Well, you could have been Japanese up until like a week or two ago. No, in fact, it was a few months ago. They retired their phantoms just recently, replaced them with their 35s. Canberra, Australia, currently 5 AM. Ooh, one of my good friends, R.H. Parsifal, is from the federal capital. Did the ground just have a moment of being optional there? Well, the ground comes and goes, you know. Okay, let's restart the server. There we go, 1 PM in Colorado. Alright, gamers. If you ain't Dutch, you ain't much. Yeah, to be reckless. What if I told you my favourite thing about Holland is Fable? But we're going to get things restarted here. And it is 2-2. We are heading into round number 5. Make sure you stand up, get yourself a drink, get ready for the next round, because I don't want you missing this. This is going to be a final round showdown. One match to decide who proceeds and who is done for. Phantoms are still used by 4 countries. I'm not sure which ones they would be. Tell me which one they are. It's, I don't know, it's not Taiwan, is it? Anyway, we'll be right back. Alright, welcome back, guys. Let's see. Dieser Sprachbereich ist nun Eigentum ein Bundesrepublik Deutschland. What else have we got? Schon hier. Wait, rather, schön hier. Aber waren Sie schon mal in Baden-Württemberg? This match has been going on for so long, I've learned German. Don't forget, guys, that if you're liking the content, to hit the follow button down below. You can also join in on my Discord, a welcoming aviation-centric community, and you can follow me on Twitter. Bonus is that if you ever are following me on Twitter, there is a non-zero chance that I'll accidentally retweet pornography. So, you know, keep your eyes out for that. Alright, let's stop speaking German. I don't actually know how to speak German. I only know how to say Aufgefährt-Station, Aufgefährt-Station. April, April. In Germany, do they call it the F-13? I mean, isn't that the funniest thing? Like, any Germans in chat will be able to will be able to agree with me, and I'm not going to pretend like this is controversial or anything like that. But once you learn how to recognize Germans, you will, whenever you go on an overseas holiday, you will always be able to, like, see where the Germans are. And there's always a few. And you don't have to hear them speak, you don't have to, you know, do anything. You can just look at them for a moment and what they're doing, and you'll instantly know if they're German or not. Thank you, 81 Banana. How did your match go? Oh, the 69th is shaking things up a little bit. Okay. Well, well, well. What have we got here? Is that a Chinese version of the sexiest plane on the planet? Towel and stuff? No. It's cargo shorts with a cargo shorts while wearing a button-up shirt that you tuck into the cargo shorts, and you're also wearing like Nike New Balance sneakers and Nike New Balance sneakers with white socks that are pulled up. This playlist has been going for so long that we're getting Evanescence now. Can I shake up the music? This has been going for long enough for me to shake up the music. We're going to listen to some real dog shit, okay? I want to listen to ABBA. Insky came back? Ah. And White Sox, that's what I told you, Tom Bollocks. The beacons that are the British. No, but you see, the British are hilarious. Everyone loves having, like... I love going on holiday and there's, like, a true Brexit geezer. Oh, we're off-roading. There's a true Brexit geezer there, like Bazza63. He's bald and, like, really red-looking. Really red-looking and, like, sweating a lot because he's not used to how hot in, like... not used to how hot it is in, like, Malaga or something like that. And he's absolutely shit-faced on beer all the time. And is only thinking about, like, the next, like, pie that they can have. Another classic indicator of German tourists. It's a couple. The man is wearing the uniform that I described, and he has a very anxious-looking wife next to him, and he is on his phone and has the phone at full arm extension away from him, looking down at it, trying to figure out where they are. You guys want to know another secret about Germans? You know that almost every German over the age of 40 has a set of overalls in their cupboard that they only bring out when it's time to paint the walls. But they all have them. Every single German has a set of overalls in their cupboard that they will pull out when it's time to paint some walls. And Germans love painting the walls. Rentals in Germany, if you rent a house in Germany, it's expected that when you finish renting the house, you have to paint the walls. Also, when Germans show up to the airport and they're going on holiday, they will have their plane tickets and all of their holiday information in a little folder. Printed out. You hate painting the walls? You still do it, though. The overall thing is right? I know! Did you know that you can go to a German alcohol store and you can rent tables from there? You can rent tables and chairs at the German alcohol store in case you're having a party. They do things good over there. Okay. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go, go, go. All right, and there we have it. It's the 5th and final round. Let's put on something I like. This is one of my favorite songs. Why are we speaking about Germans in the first place? That's true. Let's talk about the match. Okay, so we have Riker, Breeze, Lasky, Electroball in the air, Aspen and Dizzy delaying their takeoff like they have for every round so far. Meanwhile, Fish has joined them. So Fish is joining in for the 6th, 9th, only flyers? Did I mute my game? I turned off the sound. How do I bring it back? Sound. On, off. Left control S. There we go. Okay, so Fish has joined the 69th Only Flies. ICU and Connor are taking off. Kaori is flying the J11. So Kaori is switching into the J11 from, I believe, an F-18. And is carrying 2 R-27s, one of which is an ET and the other is an ER. And this is what it looks like when I walk up to you and ask if you have any games on your phone. I didn't do it for you. Alright, let's do a poll. I really want you guys to vote in this poll, okay? Please vote in the poll. I want you to really think, not in your heart, who do you think is going to win? Truly. While we get some beauty shots of the flanker. One big question I have, why isn't he bringing any SD-10s? All R-77s. Which is interesting. Okay, VT, still yet to take off. Still taking the ultra-light loadout. Just 4 AMRAAMs. The EO moves? Yes, it does. In fact, interesting fact, the electro-optical sight on the Flaming Cliffs aircraft, the MiG-29 and the Su-27, they follow the pilot's head. And now he's just going to look directly ahead and not move his head, which is great. Cool, thanks. Trying to make a point here, but that's fine. Kaori, turn your head! There we go. Yeah, it follows the pilot's head. You think the JF-17 team will make it? You think ETF is winning this one? They've won the last 2 rounds, but they were pretty fragile at the start. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 5th hour of today's SATAC matches. VT has taken off. Let's go check in on Dizzy and... Ooh, Dizzy's the last one left, taking off. Why the offset fuel tank? I'm not sure. And here's the GSH-23 twin-barreled autocannon, same as on the MiG-21. Not the best gun for air-to-air. Yes, I agree with you completely, Lucas. I think that's exactly right. I think if ETF is aggressive, they win. If ETF starts trying to play this mind game, long game with the 69th, I think it doesn't work for them. I think the 69th only flies is too aware of what ETF might be trying to do to them, and as a result, I think they're not falling for some of the tricks that would take out less experienced teams. But since the second round, ETF has changed their strategy to be pure pilot-on-pilot aggression, and it's working really well for them. Why do some of them delay their flights? Not really for any reason except for the fact that, put it this way, we'll explain it in simple terms. I'll pause the music just because this is worth explaining. So delaying the takeoff means that Aspen and Dizzy are now stacked up behind Riker, Breeze, and Electroball, which means that if, for example, if Breeze gets fired upon here, he can start turning south or away from where he's getting shot from, and then Aspen can take his place, and then Dizzy behind to take the place of whoever has to turn around because they're being shot at. It just means that you always have someone pushing forward and attacking, which is why they would probably want to delay their takeoffs. And especially considering the fact that they're using VT in the F-15E as a long-range, high-speed fighter, they want to get ETF into the circle and established in the fighting positions before they have VT fly overhead and shoot down at them. So they want to give ETF the time that they need to get into a shootable position. Okay. Everyone's in the circle now. No missiles launched just so far. Did I do a TAC view review of the last match? Yeah, I did, didn't I? Did I? Or did I just completely forget to do that? Either way. Look at how organized. This is what really impresses me about ETF. You can say anything you like about ETF, but look at how precisely they're lined up here. They're in line, their formation is perfect. 30 nautical miles of separation between Riker and Electroball. They're just entering the arena, and, you know, anyone who would face against this kind of aggression, I think, would probably get a little bit stressed out. All right. Everyone's getting a little bit worried about the fact that there might be missiles in the air already. Okay, I'm a bad streamer. Sorry. Never mind. How are you a raider, OzZMate? Did you come from Wishy? It says that you're a raider. Okay, Fish has turned away. Okay. If you guys want me to do a TAC... If I've ever forgotten to do something like a TAC view review or something like that and you want to look at something, just tell me. I'll do it. I'm very stupid, and I've been streaming for 5 hours, and I might have drank my first 2 beers too quickly. But that's okay, it means that I can slow down time so I can see things better. Okay, Riker and Breeze are starting to go defensive. Kaori in the J11. I'm excited to see what happens with these R-77s. You think 69th will play very defensively now? Yeah, possibly. No, Ozdeadmeat, I was just saying, it's got the tag on your name in my chat that you were raided into me. It's telling me, it's like, this person was brought to you by a raid. And I was just wondering who it could have been. Okay. No one's shot anything yet. Everyone's very hesitant here. How's VT going? 40,000 feet. VT is moving. Nacho's pushing. Breeze and Riker are defensive. Now you can see why it works. Lasky, Electroball, Breeze, and Riker are down below 15,000 feet or so. Meanwhile, Aspen and Dizzy are flying over the top of them to take over on the attack at 40,000 feet. Oh, it's Dingo! Oh, thank you, Ozdeadmeat. Can you imagine how much pressure is on these pilots? They've been flying for 5 hours, and it's come down to this. This is the match. If they get knocked out or if they proceed. Go on, Nacho Skin. What's wrong with Nacho Skin? He's just got his girl with him. Cutie. Amashiro Natsuki. I don't know who that lady is, but I'm sure she's nice. Okay, an SD-10 launched not to kill VT, but to must force him to turn away. The 69th definitely suffers when their F-15Es run out of missiles. Okay, ICU is pushing now. Please call me Oz. Sorry. It's Deadmeat or Oz. Oz. If I get that wrong, it's because I'm autistic. Like, it's a genuine, like, I have the autism that prevents me from remembering people's names properly. Okay, first missile in the air from Riker, going out towards ICU. ICU fires back, 15 nautical miles on both shots. Riker is much lower, about 10,000 feet lower than ICU. This would be a huge kill if they manage to get ICU here. But I think both of these missiles are no good. Okay, both missiles defeated. Riker is not stressed about this. Yeah, it's down to 800 knots. He's away. No dramas. Kaori is at low level, though. In fact, Kaori is clawing through the valleys. A total change in strategy from the 69th only flies. They were seeking dominance of the higher altitudes at the start. Now, they've switched all the way back to low altitude fighting. But ICU and VT are the guys at high altitude here. VT hasn't shot anything yet. Dizzy fires an SD-10 towards ICU and Kaori. I think the only chance that this missile has is if one of them turns around when they weren't expecting it. But Lasky is pushing now. This is what I like to see. Lasky chasing down Nacho at 11 nautical miles. This is ETF aggression. Who won the poll? I forgot to look. And I don't know how to open back up a poll once it's finished. Lasky's pushing really hard here. Has his tanks off, so he's fast. Chasing down Nacho really fast here, but he has Connor coming in along here. You see what I mean about VT being pushed away? VT would be in a great spot to shoot down Lasky here, but look at how long it takes this plane to turn around. Like dozens of nautical miles worth of space when you're going this fast. Lasky, in the meantime, manages to get up fast and high enough to fire on a finesse E10. Doesn't look like it's going for Nacho. Looks like it's going for Fish and Connor. VT is turning around again. But look! Ah! I'm freaking out about how good they are! Aspen fires Nessie 10 at VT as soon as VT is finally in a position to start attacking again. They're so good! They're forcing VT out of the fight every time he turns back around just by shooting an SD-10 at him. That's not going to hit him unless he doesn't react. Oh, it's freaking me out. How is anyone this good at DCS? ETF 10, 6910. Okay, thank you. The J11's taking R77s for close range? I don't know why they're bringing that, but this is an SD-10 that's going up towards ICU. This is a lot of potential. Impact! ICU is the first loss. ETF might be turning this around. ETF might be going from 2-0 all the way to 3-2. Unbelievable. I'm sitting on the edge of my chair, bouncing up and down. I'm freaking out. Lasky defending against AIM 120s here. No threat. He's at 6,000 feet. That misses at like 30,000 feet. Riker with an SD-10 shot against Connor starts defending immediately. Let's see if Connor gets away from this. If this kills Connor, I don't see a way for the 69th to get away from this. We're seeing that fatigue starting to kick in. I think the 69th are being severely hampered by the fact that that it's so late for them, and I sympathize with them enormously. But that's the competition. Okay, Riker gets away from the 120. Breeze isn't far from Kaori. They're going to meet each other in the hills. Get ready for a close range fight. In fact, they're just about to knock right into each other. As soon as this mountain gets out of the way... Oh my goodness. Breeze is going to slot in right behind Kaori, but does he know he's there? No, they're passing over the top of each other. They're going to be within visual range, but they're not going to see each other. Oh, they're going to miss each other by centimeters. The J11 missing the JF-17 passing behind him. Unbelievable. And he's got no idea. SD-10's heading out towards VT at 30,000 feet. Dizzy's got a 120 to Ken 10 with. She's at 7,000 feet. Might be too high. This has a high PK. And it hits Dizzy. Dizzy gets taken out. That's a huge loss. But Breeze manages to take out... Was it VT? Breeze managed to take a huge high altitude shot from low to high. Takes out VT at high altitude. That's a massive loss. Well worth the exchange for Dizzy. Kaori now, with Riker coming in towards them. Riker knows he's there. Has to know he's there. Kaori turning cold though. Diving into the mountains. No GCI for ETF. Even that low in the mountains, it wouldn't have mattered. Breeze is violent here. Breeze wants to kill people. Breeze is taking off. He's just about to shoot again. And a SD-10 comes off the rails. It's a 5 nautical mile shot towards Fish, who's at 8,000 feet. I don't think Fish can drop fast enough to get away from this. Fish is going to have to make something magical happen here. He's got the terrain to work with, but is he too far away from it? Splash! Fish goes down. Amazing. Okay, Kaori and Riker, they're right next to each other. Riker has a huge energy advantage, altitude advantage, correction. Riker's just punishing down on him. Riker needs to angle down. Riker could easily take out Kaori here, but I don't think he knows where he is. Catches him, actually. SD-10 comes off the rails. Is this going straight down? This might be it for Kaori. SD-10's coming in from both directions, and R77 going back out towards Breeze. The J11 caught at high altitude, though, too high to defend against these missiles. Gets impacted. R77's chasing down Breeze. That's a TACAN station. And the R77's no good. It's Nacho and Connor, the last left. Have they got what it takes to pull it back? Okay, Nacho has Lasky straight ahead of him. Probably dead to rights. Afterburning now. Lasky's dead ahead. Not wanting to waste an AMRAM, maybe? Fires an AMRAM, comes off the rails. Starts pushing. Lasky's done. Lasky gets shot down by Nacho. It's a 3v2. It's anyone's game at the moment. Aspen's pushing in here. Breeze, Riker, and Aspen need to make sure that they don't blow this in the last minutes. Nacho and Connor need to have perfect teamwork here to cover each other off. But Connor is all the way down to AMRAM, down to one Sidewinder. What has Nacho got left? Aspen's pushing hard here, pulling up here to try and get something for a shot. But Aspen only has Sidewinders as well. He's pushing into the fight. Chasing down Nacho and Connor. But will he have time to fight either of them? Going defensive now. Looks like Nacho fired one of their last AIM-120s towards Breeze. Impact doesn't work. Breeze notches it perfectly at 300 feet. Turns in hot. Only has heat seekers left. Off the rails. The PL5 goes for it. Falls to the countermeasures immediately. No track. An AIM-7 comes off the rails, but that needs to be guided all the way, and it's instantly gone stupid. Nacho here. Merging close. What's he got left? Two Sidewinders. The Sidewinder comes off the rails. One of them's not tracking. The PL5 isn't tracking either. Missiles flying in all directions. Huge merge going on here. Breeze behind Nacho with only the gun left. Connor coming in now. No missiles left. Aspen fires a PL5 at Nacho. But it's too close. He's out of missiles too. Riker fires one of the last PL5s. It's going towards Connor. And misses. Connor doesn't get him. Riker fires a second PL5. This one's gotta be it. Impact. Connor goes down. And unbelievably, I think Breeze managed to get a guns kill as well. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. What the fuck is going on? ETF. ETF RTB. Holy shit. Holy shit. Fuck me. Oh my god. What the hell's going on? How did ETF come back? Holy shit. Fuck me. That came down to the last missile in the entire game. That came to the very... Look, let's in fact, fuck tax you. Let's see. Aspen, nothing left. Riker, nothing left. Breeze, nothing left. So he killed him with the last missile in the entire game. Oh my god, I'm on the wrong screen. Fuck me, okay. So there are no missiles left in the game. Oh my god. I'm gonna shit myself. Okay. So, firstly, let's see. The first one to go down, Breeze, chasing down ICU. Looks like it's a 15 nautical mile shot towards ICU, who was caught out just a little bit high altitude. So, the first kill against ICU. A very angry Breeze going and deciding to shoot down ICU to get the match started. Here was that unbelievable situation. How close did they get to each other? 2.2 nautical miles away from each other, and they just didn't see each other. But look at this shot. Look at this gorgeous shot. So, Breeze with VT 7 nautical miles above pulls up just a little bit, enough to launch the SD-10. And a surface-to-air missile eat your heart out. Great kill. Oh, look. Oh, wow. Just probably the best there's ever been. Probably one of the greatest SATAC matches that has ever happened. I just can't believe it. I just can't believe it. How the fuck did any of this happen? ETF getting absolutely smoked in the first 2 rounds. Let's not beat around the bush. They got their shit rocked in the first 2 matches. Changed their strategy, came along, adapted, and fragged out the last 3 missions. That is insane! Breeze had 5 kills that round, including a gun kill? Holy shit. Breeze just decided to kill everyone, managing to splash fish here with a long-range SD-10. Oh, man, what a shame I missed the guns kill. Yeah, Breeze just coming along. Yeah, I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. If Breeze isn't just fully shitting himself with excitement. Oh, and I can't believe it. Who the fuck finishes a SATAC match? I'm sorry I'm swearing, but I cannot contain myself. Who wins a SATAC match with the gun on a JF-17? Bro, that's the same gun as the MiG-21. The shell velocity on that gun is like 300 feet per second. It's an airsoft gun, bro. You can't shoot down planes with it. It's illegal. You can't shoot down an F-18, especially. Oh, perfect. Perfect shooting, too. Oh, what a shot. Oh, God. That's cinema, plain and simple. Look at that. Perfect lineup. Smokes Nacho, and that's it. Unbelievable. Breeze managing to get 5 kills in 1 match. And then it's Riker with the PL5E2 to smoke Connor and finish the match. This song wasn't what I expected to be next, but you know what? Let's listen to it anyway. Holy shit. Fuck me. Okay. Imagine if they all crashed on landing now. Holy shit. I'm speechless. I'm actually like, I don't know, what do you want me to say? Like, how the fuck does that happen? Oh my god. Oh. Thank you for the follow. Hi, GainX. I hope you're doing well. I'm flabbergasted. Okay. So, Aspen, Breeze, Riker. 50 nautical miles to make it back to home. Okay. Thank you for the huge nut, Valley Lestra. Sorry, guys. I need to go to the bathroom. I just about pissed myself. I got so excited. Well, for those of you who were here, you can say you were here. For one of the most intense DCS matches ever. I don't think it will be beaten in a long time. I mean, imagine if the finals go like that. Oh my god. I'm just like... ETF totally is changing their strategy after the second round. I mean, I was trying to remain positive, but I was a little bit sad. I was like, ETF, come on guys, I know you're better than this. Not that you're better than this, actually, that's the wrong word. I know that you guys have got tricks, I know that you guys can do something. Please do something. And then the second round came around and they got smoked again. After that fuel fight lasting for so long. And I was just like, that's got to be crushing, absolutely crushing for your morale. Like, for them to come off a hugely long fuel fight that then developed into 3 must-win matches that they had to win through pure aggression. That was the only thing that worked for them. They had to be aggressive, and they had to fly immaculately. And they did. They just nailed it. Oh, fuck. Holy shit. They got cooked and then they cooked. I know, I know. That's, we'll see if Breeze and the gang feel like talking to me after they land. '69th was a bit handicapped, but I can't understand that it was win-win, loss. Not only that, but the '69th was so dominant in the first round that they lost a player and went into a 5v6 against ETF, and they won easily. It wasn't even close. Like, they were a full pilot down, a full 4 AMRAMs off the board before the match even started, and ETF... You're facing up against ETF, like, you know, I don't know, it's like, I can't even think of a, like, playing against ETF is like facing off against, you know, Real Madrid in DCS. It's like facing off against Manchester United, you know? Like, this is not some fucking team, alright? These guys, we know these guys, we know how good these guys are, and you're a man down and you manage to destroy them on the first round, you would feel on top of the world, in control of everything. And yet, they managed to turn around. Absolutely incredible. This wasn't their best lineup, I heard. Yes, and... oh man, I feel sorry for them. Because if the matches had gone faster, then they probably would have been a bit more awake and alert. So I have no doubt that the 69th Only Flies was probably exhausted by the end of that match. But anyone would be. I'm exhausted, and I'm not even playing. You know, imagine what it feels like for these pilots. Imagine sitting in front of your stick and throttle and having to fly perfectly for 5.5 hours. That's not fucking easy. It's not even close to easy. So, the fact that we're seeing, like, some of the best flying I've ever seen in DCS in the last match, insane. I mean, the 69th Only Flies, these were the guys that knocked out the organizers of the competition, you know? The pain for the 69th is more than understandable. I don't think they should feel any pain. I think coming into the semi-finals of the competition like this, and doing that well, and almost overthrowing ETF, bro, that's like the best resume a team could want. That's huge. And the 69th Only Flies has not been a very long team, you know, they're fairly new. ETF have been flying together since time immemorial. Six hours and 6 rounds? Yeah. I like it, but it is a big ask. And Aspen makes it down, securing the victory for ETF. Can't believe it. I just can't believe it. Alright, let's see if anyone wants to talk with me. We won't be hearing from the 69th Only Flies, which is totally understandable, because they have been... It's 4 AM for them, and I'm sure that they are exhausted. Absolutely exhausted. Alright. If you're from the 25th warehouse, you've got to be in China too. Shouldn't you be in bed? It's good to see you, Rodney. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Okay, here comes Breeze. Not my best camera shot, but that's okay. Riker's the last one left. Yeah, Spaceman. It's the match of the year. This is the SATAC match of all time. One of the most legendary performances by two teams I think I've ever seen. What's this song called? This song is Kill Swish by Mechalotion. Oh, that's yeah. Okay, well, that's it. That's the end of a 5-round match. Let's see if anyone comes and says hello to me. Let's see if anyone wants to have a quick chat with me. Let's run over with the microphone. Oh, look, and we've got Breeze from ETF. Hello, welcome in. How are you going? How are you feeling?
Hey, show.
Hello, hello, hello. So we have Breeze here from ETF. I'm looking at your plane right now. How are you guys feeling after that match? That has to be one of the most legendary SATAC matches I've ever cast. I don't know how it felt for you guys, but please tell me how the team's feeling.
We're feeling good. We're feeling calm finally after a very long, like 5 hours or so, I think it was. So
5.5,
feeling good,
yeah. Oh,
relaxed, and
we have
like it's finally over with.
We have Riker here as well. So we have Breeze and Riker. Now, let's not beat around the bush. You guys got smoked in the first 2 rounds. What went wrong?
Yes. We were too passive. That's what went wrong. Was like, well, what do we like to do? We need to show our fangs, and was like, you know what? Let's stop with all the bullshit. Let's stop trying to play the long game here. Let's just go in and kill them. And that was the doctrine we went in for the next couple rounds, and that's what happened.
But why didn't you do that at the start? What prevented you guys from thinking that was the right choice in the first 2 rounds?
I'll let Breeze take this.
We played the Chinese teams quite a bit. Even last year, we lost in this position last year against pretty much these guys. So
I remember it.
just trying to learn off that. We're trying to adapt and change things every time we play them. So it didn't really work the first 2. We always have backup plans and stuff like that. We already know what we can change to. Okay, let's try this and let's try that instead. But going off those previous matches, which, playing a bit more medium aggressive didn't work last time, and we wanted to change it up a bit.
And it felt like your strategy was definitely to keep the high altitude F-15s away, just by having a missile out on them whenever they're turning back in on you guys. That seemed to have worked, and it kept the F-15Es away while they were up, but it didn't feel like there was much exploitation of the advantage. Was it just that you were waiting for the right opportunity in the first 2 rounds, or was it just the missile economy? I'm just curious about the thinking.
We just wanted to kill them, kill the Eagles first, and then once the Eagles were dead, we were waiting to kill the Eagles.
Okay.
And that was the mistake.
Right.
We were just like, well, we should just kill the other guys because they're just dancing in the front here. We should just do something with them. And then that was the change. Because if you notice, we're literally in the first 2 rounds, we're just prioritizing the Eagle. Almost nothing really happens with the 4-ship up front. It was just focusing the Eagles. Was waiting, like you said, you're waiting for something to happen. What was waiting for happen was the Eagles dying, but they just didn't die. So
it'll be interesting. I'd love for you to tell me what you think once you've seen the TAC views about some of the shots that went up towards the Eagles. They were really effective at keeping them away, but not many of them came very close to killing any of them, though it would have been tricky to say from the ground. And then, of course, the amazing change in attitude in round 3 was the decision just, fuck this, let's get aggressive and shoot them down. Like, it was that simple?
Essentially.
Right.
Yeah, literally like that. It was like, let's say, fuck this, guys, let's get the fangs out. And that's what happened.
It was a hugely impressive display. No, well,
into it.
You turned it up in the biggest way I could possibly imagine. JF-17 facing off against a variety of different aircraft. I have no doubt that you guys expected. Chinese teams do tend to bring quite a wide variety of different jets. Did you feel like the JF-17s were comfortable here, or that you were at an advantage or a disadvantage in terms of kinematics or situational awareness? Also, did you guys have a GCI this time, or did you raw dog this again?
We had a GCI.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank God for that, because if you said that you didn't have a GCI, I would have fully shat myself and ended stream, because it was just unbelievable. Who was GCIing for you?
Shout out to Big Nate Dog, our lovely, lovely weapon of mass destruction. He came in and gave us a brilliant picture. Always on the Eagles, always figuring out what they were doing. He was a really big help this game, and we're happy to have you back from your hiatus. So thank you, Nate Dog.
Well done, Nate Dog. You were no doubt instrumental in this victory. In terms of the personal experience of engaging in a battle that lasts this long, you guys must be shattered now. You must just be exhausted. How are you feeling? And in those later rounds, what does it take to keep the pressure and keep the attention and intensity? Is it just training, or is there a secret sauce?
For me personally,
as well.
Oh yeah, go on, please.
There
you go ahead.
All right, I got it. It comes down to experience as well. I mean, this isn't the first time we've done this, and it's not the longest match we've played either. The longest match is still against the Chinese, but it's the SATAC we won in 2021, I think. So it's still not our peak limit. We know we can play even that long. So even right now, I think everyone feels fresh. We can probably go again for 2 or 3 more.
Well, please don't, because I am so hungry. Truly amazing. Well, I think I only have one question, and then I will leave it to you guys to enjoy the rest of your weekend. But the one question I do have is, you reckon ETF has what it takes to go all the way this year?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think so too. I think so too. If we see more of the ETF we saw today, then brilliant. That was just some of the best flying that I think we've seen in years. Sorry, just one sec. So, if you have anything you'd like to say, any shout-outs you'd like to make, please go ahead. The stage is yours. Well done. And a huge thank you and well done to the 69th Only Flies as well. I know they flew until it was nearly 4 a.m. their time, and they kept trying the whole way through, which is a great effort, and we're so grateful for them. But they can't join us, obviously, because it's 4 a.m. So, go right ahead, guys.
You all right?
I was like, well, thank you again, Airshow, for streaming this brilliant match. Sorry it took so long. It was very, very long. I think we're all very sweaty and hot now. I'm almost out of electricity, as it will as well, so I need to go put the generator on after this. But thank you, 69th, for playing today. I know it's been a long one for you. Now you can rest in peace, but we'll see you next week.
Absolutely. Yeah, the fuel fight in the second round. That's how long ago it was. I forgot that there was a fuel fight in the second round.
We hate those. We
yeah, I was
hate
gonna
those.
say,
They're so irritating.
Did you think you were going to win it? Or do you think it was just like, let's try and force a draw? Because
There was there was a moment where it could have happened, but then it didn't. So it was like, well, let's just draw it out, and it almost happened.
yeah, no, it almost happened. In fact, Connor, the last pilot who landed out of fuel on EPU power. He made it to the runway with nothing left. It was to the wire. Had it held out for like 2 more minutes, I don't think he would have made it. That's how close it was. Also, Riker, did you manage to get a guns kill with the JF-17 in the 5th round of the SATAC match? Oh, that was Breeze.
That was Breeze.
Breeze
That was Breeze. He killed 5 people this round. 5.
Yeah, I know. Breeze, like, do you need to talk to someone? Or, like, are you feeling better now after you got that out of your system? Holy shit, like, well, who joins a SATAC match and kills 5 people? You're only carrying, like, 6 missiles.
Yeah, it's pretty... I mean, it just kind of happens, you know?
Yeah.
But I told him, I said, let's keep the eagle away, see what happens. And we were really, like, hyped up. We were really... unlike last time we did this, we were pretty fresh. We didn't feel down. We felt like good. And we felt like more fresh as it went on because we were getting more and more hyped.
Yeah.
Because if we lose 2 rounds, and it's like, oh shit, and you kind of see it going away, and then it's like, no, I don't really care. We're not down 2. We just forget the score, and then we take it one round at a time.
We're just gonna 3-0 them. Forget the other 2 rounds. It doesn't matter. That was warm up.
And you killed the last pilot alive with the last missile that your team had. Do you guys practice guns BFM in the Jeff?
All the time.
Yeah, all the time.
All the time?
All the time. Every week.
Oh, well, I can't imagine.
He's a very capable BFM fighter.
With that gun, though, the shells come out at, like, airsoft speeds.
Well, that's why you've got to practice.
Oh, I see. Okay.
If it's terrible, if it was a good gun, you wouldn't need to practice with it, would you? If it was like the old days in the Tomcat, it's point and click and they die. But now, like, you actually have to deflection for it, like you're in a Focke-Wulf 190.
I know. Yeah, you had to pull like 2 minutes worth of lead. Okay. All right, guys. Well, I'll leave you to enjoy your weekend. Thanks so much for flying with us, and thank you for a fantastic match. I know the audience loved it, and I hope that you guys did too. So, good luck in the matches to come. Hopefully I'll cast them. I'll see you guys later. Thanks, Breeze. Thank you, Riker.
Thank you,
buddy. See you in a bit.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. That's it. That's SATAC. That's the match. It's all over. With ETF unbelievably coming back out on top. All right, let's restart the mission and wrap things up. Thank you guys for being here. If you guys have been in chat and watching this stream from the beginning to end, I hope that you've enjoyed it. I know that I've enjoyed it. We're going to finish up here now, so please take good care of yourselves. Get up and have a excellent weekend. There'll be another match tomorrow. So I'm going to be casting the match that is happening between... Let me double check here to make sure I get the timings right. 45th versus GRY at 1400 Zulu. So 30 minutes before this one started today, tomorrow. And I'll see you guys there. All right, guys. Thank you so much. And you guys take good care. I'll see you for the next SATAC matches to come. All right, guys. Big love. See you later. Woo!